In the words of Eleanor Roosevelt, the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. And today, we are surrounded by dreamers, innovators, and trailblazers who are shaping the future of entrepreneurship. This conclave is not just about ideas, it's about turning vision into action, challenges into opportunities, and innovation into impact.
A very warm welcome to each and every one of you present over here to INGENIUM 5.2, XLRI's flagship conclave on startups and entrepreneurship. I, Snehal, along with my co-host Yash, feel absolutely honored to host this event. As we embark on this exciting journey, we welcome you all to a day filled with inspiration, innovation, and transformative ideas.
Absolutely, Snehal. Today, we come together under this inspiring theme, Startup Alchemy. Innovate, adapt, thrive. It's such a powerful reflection of what it takes to thrive in today's rapidly evolving world. Innovation fuels progress. Adaptability defines success. And this theme truly serves as a guiding light for us to embrace bold ideas and craft groundbreaking solutions that can redefine the entrepreneurial landscape.
Well said, Yash. And that's exactly what this conclave is all about. A beacon of knowledge where aspiring entrepreneurs get the rare opportunity to engage with today's visionaries.
That's right. It's more than just an event. It's a platform for intellectual exchange where perspectives are shaped, ideas take flight, and learning paves the way for transformation.
And as we immerse ourselves in these discussions, we are not here to just absorb knowledge, but to expand our horizons, challenge conventional thinking, and truly redefine the future of entrepreneurship.
So let's dive right in and embark on this exciting journey together. We promise you a day filled with incredible energy, inspiration, and transformative conversations.
Welcome
to INGENIUM 5.0. As we begin, we would like to introduce the chief guest for today, Ms. Vibra Bal, who is a batch of 2006 IAS officer, serving as a secretary to the government of Jharkhand. She has over 17 years of extensive experience in the field of information technology, urban development, revenue and land records, and various sectors such as labor, education, and e-governance. She has transformed IT and e-governance in Jharkhand by expanding ICT infrastructure to remote regions, implementing proactive doorstep delivery of government services, and ensuring secure service through technologies like blockchain, document issuance, and operationalization of advanced cyber-forensic labs. Ms. Bhal holds a degree in MA from Jawaharlal Nehru University, along with a Bachelor of Arts Honours from Lady Shri Ram College, University of Delhi. She has won a national award for e-governance in 2014 and also published a paper on tribal development in management and government, Journal of Department of Personnel and Training, Government of India in 2009. Please welcome our esteemed guest with a huge round of applause. We would now like to invite our Dean, Professor Patro, to present our chief guest with the bouquet.
To mark the beginning of this conclave, we will commence with the lighting of the lamp, a timeless tradition symbolizing the radiance of knowledge and wisdom. This act signifies the enlightening spirit that today's event aims to foster, illuminating our minds and inspiring transformative ideas.
We would like to invite Ms. Vibra Bal for the lighting of the lamp. We would also like to invite Professor Sanjay Patro, Dean Academics, Professor P.C. Padan, Associate Dean General Management Programs, Professor Kanakraj, Convener Placements, and Professor Sarangi, CEO Exceed and Co-Convener Placements, to join us on stage for the lighting. We also request our esteemed panelists to join us on stage. Please, sir. Professor Giri, you also please requested to join us on stage. Thank you, everyone. Now, I would like to invite our esteemed chief guest, Ms. Vibra Bal, to grace us with her words and share her valuable insights. Ma'am, the stage is yours.
Esteemed members of XLRI, Dean, faculty, distinguished guests, budding entrepreneurs, and dear students. Good morning to all. It's a privilege to be here today at this prestigious institution. XLRI, the oldest B school in India, a place known for nurturing talent and shaping the leaders of tomorrow. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for inviting me over to share my thoughts on the compelling theme of today's event, Startup Alchemy, Innovate, Adapt and Thrive. India has emerged as one of the most vibrant startup ecosystems globally, earning its place as the third largest startup hub. Today, Indian startup landscape is dominated by 100 plus unicorns and 1,50,000 startups which are supported by the government of India. India's journey towards becoming the world's leading startup ecosystem is driven by a combination of demographic, economic and policy factors. With a young, educated population, a growing middle class, and an increasing penetration of digital technologies, and of course, government-backed policies, Indian startups are not just solving local problems, they are making news and waves globally. Companies, startups have expanded their operations worldwide, showcasing ability to scale and compete on the global stage. You are aware of success of Indian origin startups in Silicon Valley. India's leadership in affordable technology solutions such as UPI and Aadhaar-enabled services is inspiring similar innovations globally. Startups have leveraged emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, blockchain and Internet of Things. The flagship Startup India program launched in 2016 has been a cornerstone in this effort by Government of India, Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. The key features include ease of doing business, tax benefits, funding support, sector-specific policies like in agriculture, renewable energy, biotechnology. In addition, there are numerous initiatives like Atal Innovation Mission AIM, National Initiative for Developing and Harnessing Innovation NIDHI. Further, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, Scheme for Startup Accelerator for Product Innovation, Development and Growth, launched in 2021, known as Samrit, aims to support 300 software product startups over 4 years through funding. With programs like Prime Minister Employment Generation Program, the NRLM, Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, National Rural Livelihood Mission for rural sector startups, and Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana, RKVY, with agri startups, and not to mention Genesis, Next Gen Support for Innovative Startups scheme, to boost fast rising startup ecosystem in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, moving beyond cities like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Mumbai and Delhi NCR. There is also a focus and efforts to strengthen ecosystem for women-led startups like Niharika Bhargava for Little Farm Company from Gurgaon, Haryana, Shalima Ahmed for Coco Roots Organic Private Limited from Kozhikode, Kerala, Radhika Lakhotia for Spendigo Sustainability Solutions Private Limited from Calcutta, West Bengal, to name a few. The success stories are powerful examples of women driving innovation and inspiring future generations. To further promote startup ecosystem, government encouragement includes ease of procurement on GEM, Government e-Marketplace through startups, income tax exemptions for 3 years, reducing compliance burden, faster exit for startups, support for intellectual property protection, and of course, international market access to Indian startups through international government-to-government partnerships, participation in international forums, and hosting of global events. Presently, Startup India has launched bridges with around 20 countries. There is more like National Startup Awards, State Startup Ranking, framework to encourage startup ecosystem in the country. DPIIT, Department for Promotion of Industrial Internal Trade, Government of India has recognized 1,500 plus startups from Jharkhand across various sectors of economy. Some notable startups in Jharkhand are Innovative Agro, Just Pay, based more in Bangalore, Girmiti Software, Next Gen Solution, Shresht Natural Bioproduct, Sora Innovations in Renewable Energy sector. You are aware, Jharkhand is a policy-driven state and has come up with Jharkhand Industrial and Investment Promotion Policy in 2021. Moreover, there are numerous sector-specific policies like IT, data center, BPO investment promotion policy, textiles, food processing, logistics, electric vehicles policy, ethanol policy, tourism, and also a separate MSME policy. We have also developed a robust single window system with more than 200 services onboarded on the platform for public service delivery to ensure time-bound delivery of services and ease of doing business. And not to mention that the whole framework of single window system has been supported through legislative enactments. The government of Jharkhand has also announced the new Jharkhand Startup Policy in 2023 December. And as Secretary of the Department of IT, I was closely associated with carrying out extensive stakeholder consultations and benchmarking with policy provisions of other state governments, UTs. The policy features incentives for prototyping stage, scaling up, and also for incubation activities in private sector academic institutions. The policy is being implemented through Atal Bihari Vajpayee Innovation Lab in the government of Jharkhand. To create momentum around policy, we organize events and workshops with industry associations, bodies, and various higher and technical educational institutes. Indeed, India has witnessed significant growth in globalization of startups in recent years. Examples being PGDM, Ola, Flipkart, Zomato, Swiggy, etc. Some of the key trends which are being observed are that Indian startups are forging acquisition and partnership with global companies. Startups have successfully attracted funding from global investors. Government of India and state government like the government of Jharkhand have wholeheartedly supported startups ensuring more and more Indian startups go global and inspire more locally. I strongly believe government plays the role of an enabler in startup ecosystem. However, the initiative has to come from young generation of entrepreneurs like you. Apart from this, I would like to urge you to take up your entrepreneurial ability to the next level, particularly in states like Jharkhand, which provide immense opportunities in this space. Thank you. Jai Jawan, Jai Jharkhand.
Thank you for your encouraging words, ma'am. We are humbled by your kind words and honored by your presence. Now we would like to invite Professor Sanjay Patro, Dean Academics, to address us.
Very good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Mrs. Vipra, Secretary, Skill Development, Government of Jharkhand, the 10 dreamers who have started their own enterprises and have moved forward. Professor Kanagraj, Professor P.C. Pradhan, Professor Sarangi, my colleague Professor Giri, the Conclave Committee, Assis and the team. As Mrs. Well mentioned, India has just few startups when the idea was attempted to be amplified in 2014, and we have crossed a long distance. The theme of today is alchemy, innovate, startup alchemy, innovate, adapt and thrive. Okay. Disruption was always there. Starting from steam engine, starting from the fire, which people could see how it can be made, to wheels, to let's move several thousands of years forward. 100 years back, it was in electricity. 1990 to 2025 was the era of electricity touching every machine, every motor, and changing, bringing disruption in production and improving productivity. 100 years later, from 1995 to 2000, I used to say 2030 because that was 1895 to 1930. But you know, we didn't have to wait for 2030. This era is totally disrupted by internet. Every product, the moment it touches internet, it becomes a smart product. Nokia, world leader in phones, disappeared into oblivion because it focused on that product but not the connectivity and didn't improve its internet ability. What is disrupting the world market today? Yeah? AI, right? For the last 3-4 years we have been talking about AI disrupting, being a major force in disrupting business, bringing change to learning. It's not just about a product, at an individual level, at a citizen level. Okay, a class 3 student, class 1 student, from a nursery student till to a doctoral student. Yeah, their lives is getting touched by AI. And we always thought it is OpenAI, ChatGPT, Meta, yeah, Google's Gemini. What was Google's other product which they launched some days back? Bard, DeepMind, yeah, all have invested several scores of billions of dollars to improve the AI. 15 days back something happened. Not even 15 days back. 10 days back, January 20th to be precise, DeepSeek from China, with low budget, 100 people working on it, took 2 months to disrupt the power of Google, Meta, your Open AI, all that. And that is, you have felt the ramifications of that at a global level. So digital innovations reach the global markets, global customers in no time. If it is an innovation in the steel plant of Tata Steel, you have to take that innovation, you have to set up another plant, land acquisition would take so many years, and but in case of digital, it knows no boundaries, it can move to any part of the world in no time. The most downloaded software is DeepSeek in the last 1 week, in all the iPhones and everywhere. And why people have downloaded it so fast? Did they advertise? And everybody is suspicious of Chinese software, Chinese products, and software more so. Yeah, Huawei was banned in China, Canada, and why everybody in the world has taken the plans to download it? Yeah, it's free and has almost the same power as that of ChatGPT's newest version, which costs $200 a month. So it is 10 days old and most downloaded all over the world. So that's the power of digital startups. In case of physical startups, you have to replicate, it takes time. By the time you replicate, there will be 50 others who will pick up your idea. But in case of digital, it moves faster everywhere. And you know what is the ramification of that on the stock markets. NVIDIA on a single day lost $600 billion, the highest downfall by any script in the history of American stock exchanges in 1 day. It is not just confined to NVIDIA, which was making the what you call the processors, the chip. It has affected Meta, Google, Microsoft. Everybody's market share has dropped. But there are a couple of winners. Who are those? With DeepSeek's success, there are a couple of winners. Yeah. Any guess? In a business world, when a new player emerges, it makes the life of many people difficult. At the same time, there will be some winners. Yeah, in this case, the winners are SAP and the other. There are many others who would be using that. They don't have to get the data at a higher cost, so they are deploying it. Therefore, for all our budding entrepreneurs, though many of you have got a job in the organized sector, you will be having great ideas. And the whole purpose of organizing INGENIUM 5.0 is the 5th edition of INGENIUM. Yeah, we have been doing it every year. Is to make you nurse those ideas that you think is possible and collaborate. And as you move out, maybe a year or two, when you are working with the organization, some of you may take the plans immediately, but others, I know the cost of the study and all that, so you may take 2-3 years to take care of that and then pursue your own dreams. The whole idea of inviting these dreamers is to create that spark in you. Yeah. So please make the most of it. And what is the learning from DeepSeek for India? Is there a learning for us? Till that we thought India is great in software. We have the largest number of software professionals. Only China is a leader in hardware, but they proved us wrong. the old proverb, necessity is the mother of innovation. They were not trying to develop something deep, something great in R&D earlier because they had access to the US technology. But now that there is an embargo, they can't take things lying down, and they want to unseat the current leaders. We have a large base of skilled manpower with the startup initiatives of the government, Atal Foundation, Atal Mission. Government is creating a facilitating ecosystem to move faster. You know, some 140,000 startups and more than 135 unicorns. Okay, we are just few 4 or 5 years back to more than 100 startups. That shows that people like you, similar persons, maybe academically not as bad as you, have done wonders. And when the last 2 days, if you see, yesterday we had a feat in the space technology. What was that? The 100 rockets fired by ISRO. And ISRO is known for lowest cost of doing R&D. In the last 5 years, they have roped in many startups. In Bangalore and Sriharikota, other places, it is not, we were fast learners. You know, what Pentagon couldn't do in 100 years of its huge budget, and the Pentagon is safe, you would have seen the building and all. Elon Musk could do that in 15 years, 10 years. Yeah, that's the power of entrepreneurial energy and innovation. So, last 4 years, Government of India is roping in several startups, giving them the problems. Same is the case with Indian Railways. Instead of developing everything in their own R&D facility, they want entrepreneurs to provide solutions. And they provide the seed fund, the VC funding comes from Indian Railways, you know, which we see to be a monopolistic behemoth, not thinking so much beyond the conventional solutions. So now the challenge is, can we do a Mangalyaan in AI? If China could do that in 2 months' time, okay, it came from a Gongpa, some province. I tried to recollect that, you know, that's not a familiar name from China. We are familiar with certain provinces, but from there it has come. How old would be this company? 2023, set up in 2023. And the parent company was founded in 2015, which is a fintech company, trying to use data of stock market to provide solutions, to provide suggestions, advisory to its clients. So from a financial firm, they say, since they use that data, why not move a step further? They constituted a team, and 2 months they got it. So I wish you all the best, and I urge you to make the most of your queries, your questions to these great entrepreneurs who have pursued their dreams, establish a base, and roaring to go ahead. All the best.
Thank you, Professor Patro, for your very apt and valuable insights on the current landscape of business and startups. Now, we would like to invite Professor Sunil Sarangi, CEO XSEED, that is the XLRI Council for Entrepreneurship Excellence and Development, and co-convener placements, to address us.
Good morning. Two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference, says Robert Frost. And that is probably what our distinguished chief guest, Ms. Vipra Val, Secretary, E-Governance and IT, Jharkhand, was ratifying. And that probably would be the theme that all our distinguished guests today who have graced this occasion by taking time out from the busy schedule would be inspiring all of us, including you and me. And it's going to be a terrific day. I'm sure this is a collection of wonderful minds and it's a collection of wonderful souls from your side. So I cannot be really capping my excitement with what is lined up and the great inauguration that we had from the chief guest. And I'm sure when she was talking about the statistics of what we're going to be doing, she was in fact telling each one of you to look beyond the job, look beyond the qualification, look beyond the pedigree that all of you have garnered today. But please, rather than being job seekers, she was probably hinting at all of you becoming job providers. And that is exactly what probably our beloved Dean, Professor Sanjay Patra, was asking when he was asking you, what do you mean by this deep sea? He was hinting at, which is very, very civilization for all of us. It's called frugal innovation, which is going to be the theme of our conversation. And I look forward to a great, great time. I take this opportunity to express our collective gratitude for all these wonderful minds who have taken time out to be here, to enlighten all of us with your inspiring stories and journeys that I'm sure will definitely leave an indelible mark in all our minds and hearts. And I look forward to a terrific day. At this, I request ma'am to keep coming back to us, to look at XLRI not as a B school, but as a place where we actually train and also give birth to entrepreneurs. And I'm pretty sure a lot of them would actually prove to be successful entrepreneurs and ratify my statement as their teacher. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for taking time out, and we couldn't have been more privileged than we are today. And I'm sure this is the beginning of a wonderful journey that institutions like XLRI, with government and with great minds, we can only create magic when we come together. And I'm sure we'll see magic being born today. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all the guests, and look forward to a terrific day.
Before we move ahead, I would like to request Professor Sarangi to present a memento along with our batch placement brochure to Ms. Vipra Bhal as a gesture of gratitude for her time and presence.
Before we move into our first panel of the day, I would like to once again extend a warm welcome to all our panelists. Your presence truly elevates this event, and we are deeply honored to have you with us. To begin with, I would like to invite Professor P.C. Pradhan to present bouquet to our guests. So, I would like to invite Mr. Sumit Khandelwal, co-founder and CEO of Zozo Day. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Sujay Suresh, co-founder and CEO of Zwent. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Amarpreet Singh, co-founder and COO of Niemans. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Prabhash Nirbhay, founder of Jharkhand Angels.
Thank you, Professor. Please have a seat. I would now like to invite Professor Kanagraj, Convener Placements, to present a bouquet to our guests. First, I invite Mr. Avnish Kumar, founder and CEO of Live in Sense. Next, I invite Mr. Chinmay Shah, co-founder and CTO of Accumation. Thank you, Professor Kanagraj. Next, I would like to invite Professor Sanjay Patrod on stage to present a bouquet to our guests. Sir, please. First, I invite Mr. Ajay Singh, co-founder and CEO of Pep Sales. Next, I invite Mr. Ankit Saraf, founder of Meraki Digital. Thank you, Professor. Now I invite Professor Sarangi on stage to present the bouquet to our guests. First, I invite Mr. Satish Kadu, founder of Vioptima. Finally, I would like to invite Mr. T.S. Verma, Senior Technical Officer, Department of IT and E-Governance, Government of Jharkhand. Thank you, sir, for presenting this token of appreciation to our esteemed panelists.
As we step into our first panel for the day, I would like to share a thought-provoking quote by Albert Einstein. Out of clutter, find simplicity. From discord, find harmony. In the middle of difficulty lies opportunity. This quote aligns beautifully with the theme of our first panel, frugal innovation, doing more with less in a resource-constrained world. At its core, frugal innovation is about finding simplicity in complexity and opportunities in constraints. It challenges us to think differently, to innovate creatively, and to maximize impact while minimizing resources. In today's fast-paced and resource-strapped world, frugal innovation is not just a survival strategy, it's a competitive advantage. Our esteemed panelists will explore how startups and organizations can adopt this mindset to create value, remain agile, and drive meaningful change in their industries. With that, let's welcome our first panel of the day and dive into this fascinating discussion.
We are truly privileged to introduce our esteemed panelists, each of whom brings a wealth of knowledge and invaluable insights to this engaging discussion. Our first panelist, Mr. Sumit Khandelwal, is the co-founder and CEO of ZozoDay, a leader in digital rewards, incentives, and engagement solutions. With over 15 years of experience in business strategy, consumer sales, brand management, and fintech, his experience in business strategy, consumer sales, brand management, and fintech, his entrepreneurial journey from recycled trade to Gifts Zozo and Frogo, culminating in ZozoDay, reflects innovation and resilience. Under his leadership, Plum, Compass, and Impulse have transformed workplace engagement globally. A mentor to budding entrepreneurs, he continues to inspire the next generation of business leaders. Let's give a huge round of applause for Mr. Khandelwal.
Our second panelist, Mr. Sujay Suresh, co-founder and CEO of Zwent, is a visionary entrepreneur blending technology with artistic heritage. Through Zwent, he has built a maker-to-consumer platform, digitizing 85 plus Indian art forms and empowering 7,000 plus artisans. His work has been featured on Amazon's Now Go Build series and Meta's national campaigns, positioning Zwent as a global innovator in personalized handcrafted products. and ISB alumnus with a specialization in entrepreneurial finance from IESE Barcelona. He exemplifies how technology can preserve culture while driving innovation. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Sujay Suresh.
Our third panelist of the day, Mr. Amarpreet Singh, co-founder and CEO of Niemans. He is a trailblazer in sustainable fashion. Under his leadership, Niemans has redefined footwear innovation, integrating comfort, sustainability, and style into every pair. His commitment to eco-friendly, lightweight, and odor-resistant designs has positioned Niemans as a leader in responsible consumerism. With over 2 decades of business leadership experience, he continues to push the boundaries of purpose-driven entrepreneurship. Let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Amarpreet Singh.
Now, we are honored to welcome Mr. Prabhash Nirbhay, founder of Flip Carbon and Jharkhand Angels. With 20 plus years in HR leadership, he has played a key role in talent management and business transformation at companies like ACC Limited, VF Urban Brands, and SAP Miller India. His ventures, Flip Carbon and Jharkhand Angels, are driving people-centric business strategies and startup empowerment in underserved regions. A firm believer in challenging the status quo, his work in shaping the future of entrepreneurship. Please give him a huge round of applause.
We also have the privilege of welcoming Mr. Avnish Kumar, founder and CEO of LivNSense, a leader in industrial decarbonization and sustainability. With 25 plus years experience in engineering, AI, and digital transformation, he has led Motorola, Wipro, Tech Mahindra, HCL, and Google. At LivNSense, his AI-powered Green Ops platform is revolutionizing emissions reduction in hard-to-abate industries. Recognized on Man Ki Baat, his work is paving the way for climate-conscious industrial solutions. Let's welcome Mr. Avnish Kumar with a huge round of applause.
Finally, we would like to welcome our moderator, Professor Sunil Sarangi, faculty in General Management area, CEO, XLRI Council for Entrepreneurship Excellence and Development, EXCEED, and co-convener placements. With all the panelists now on stage, we are set for an insightful and engaging discussion. Over to you, Professor.
Good morning. This is what you students you love, they do to you. They ensure that you are actually defenseless. Good morning. This is indeed a delight for me to be doing what I'm doing, because I knew that this is an examination where I have to do well, because I'm doing it in front of my students who I have taught for as many months that I have. I'm extremely privileged to be doing the job on your behalf, friends. I'm extremely happy that we have Professor Sanjay Patra, our academic head and leader of our institution, and Professor P.C. Pradhan, the chairperson and dean of this program, Professor Girdhar Ramchandran, who's probably around to inspire and to ensure that I stay on track. And last but definitely not least, Professor Kanak Raj, a colleague, a hard task master, a no-nonsense person who speaks, who calls spade a spade, even to himself. And so this is indeed not only a privilege, but it's a nerve-wracking experience for me, because I cannot fail. And to ensure that I don't fail, I have already cut a deal with a few of the guests who I met last evening to understand their journey, and of course telling them in brief that the questions they can expect, so that we are actually putting up a great show before you. Thank you indeed. Thank you for your valuable time. This is really indeed a pleasure for me, for all of us, to have you here, to understand the journey, and most importantly to have you tell your story, which I'm sure would inspire not only a generation. I believe this is a cliched statement that this is India's century. I believe India had always centuries, but this is just that probably India realized like a leviathan, its own potential through souls like you, through probably potential souls like my students, and frugal innovation, which is probably at the heart, at the core of all kinds of entrepreneurial ventures. And that's what Professor Pathavan asked, what exactly is the signature of DeepSeek? And that's what I was thinking. It's not a Chinese civilizational thing, it's an Indian civilizational element. So with this, I would request each one of our guests to probably in 1 minute's brief, because I'm a teacher, so we look at the clock all the time. With 1 minute's time, I would request each one of you to give your opening understanding and insights about frugal innovation and how it is really going to pan out for India's destiny and as it is India's destiny this year. Starting with you, Mr. Avnish.
Hello. Thanks, Professor Sharkey. It's a privilege to start with this one. So I'll take just 1 minute, and with my experience, what we have seen that frugal innovation for a startup is our the life, and that's how I'll put it across, because you can't have the resources available in plenty. That's the fundamental. So what we have, what we see from India perspective is how you can do something which can replicate the larger development, larger engineering work with more simple way, or it could be done in more cost-effective way with the similar, or if not the same quality, the similar quality. And I think that's what DeepSeek has done it. And we have taken this principle almost at the time when we started our industrial decarbonization journey, when even the Paris Agreement was not there. And that's the foundation we had built from very beginning. So that is all we did. We tried to do a very fundamental design on which we kept on developing it. That's what is our way of what I can think of frugal innovation in Indian context. Is that?
Yes, and then I'll put you, sir. Yeah.
My name is Prabhash Nirvay. I run Flipkart and Jharkhand Angels and CXO Steps, 3 companies which are interlinked to how do you get founders, entrepreneurs and CXOs to really elevate their game so that you can go from X to 10X in terms of your size, scale and ambitions. Innovation by design is frugal. Dr. Dilip Mahalanobis invented ORS in diarrhea hit regions of the world without having too much of resources within his disposal. The Wright brothers invented flight out of a bicycle shop. So I think it's a kind of a irony or a dichotomy to call innovation and add the word frugal to it, because innovation by design has always been frugal. You take history of mankind, we have invented things, we have created new opportunities for ourselves when times were the most difficult. We have been talking about DeepSeek. If you look at it, DeepSeek adopted a very interesting methodology of learning. It said that you don't necessarily have to go to books to learn, you can go to professors. So they went to OpenAI to learn how to be OpenAI. And that's how they created their large language model. So I think innovation by design is like that. If you look deep within yourself, within your batchmates here, you'll find that some of you are doing it all the time. Some of us pass exams studying for 1 day. No? So that's how innovation is by design.
Hi, good morning. I'll just take a minute, because before we get to the topic, frugal innovation, I want to talk something else. I'm Amar Preet. I'm the co-founder, CEO of Demon Shoes. I was the first to arrive yesterday, and I came in afternoon. And it's truly an honor and privilege for me to be here at this campus, because back then, 22 years back, I wanted to graduate from this school, and this was on my list that I should study from XLRI or IIM Ahmedabad. Sadly, I just had a dream, but I didn't take any preparation for that. I didn't appear at the CAT. And soon after I got the opportunity to come here, I latched on to it, that this is an opportunity which probably I say is something like manifestation. Because all the while, even to my cousins' children or to my children, I keep telling that if you want to graduate, you have to graduate from India. And if there are institutions in India, if you're doing your MBA, it should be IIM Ahmedabad or it should be XLRI. And I have been manifesting that for years together. So yesterday when I came in the afternoon, I spent some time with students, I spent some time sitting in the canteen, enjoying the atmosphere, the culture here, and just that's like a therapy for me. And a lot, I've spoken with Professor Sunil yesterday, so a lot of learnings. I believe the true entrepreneurs are born in such B schools where you can be away from your home, focus on entrepreneurship, focus on your core goals. That's about it. And the Indian ecosystem is thriving now, and the new entrepreneurial vibe is picking up. So we all wish, on behalf of the entrepreneurial community, that we see more and more entrepreneurs in India and more entrepreneurs taking their companies to IPO. Now, frugal innovation. For Neiman's, what we do is everything is frugal because it's important that you be cost effective. You focus on something which is sustainable. You focus on creating a value out of it rather than just talking about it as I will innovate something. So with us, what we do is we focus on data. We focus on building on that particular data and taking decisions based on data. So everything right now you see the deep AIs of the world, the automations of the world, everything is data. So data and in minimalism and being cost effective is frugal innovation for us. So that's the heart of our brand and that's where we focus on.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Sujay, co-founder at Zwende. It's really an honor to be here and thanks for having me here. It's been a truly topic that's very close to my heart. So we are one of those startups that hasn't gone after raising too much funding. And so frugal innovation is something that's really been close to our heart while we've been building Zwende. And I'll talk a little about it at scale. So Zwende is a platform for independent artists, boutique designers, small brands that we describe as born on Instagram but not on large platforms. And so we learn, in fact, frugal innovation from all the entrepreneurs that are selling on our platform. And it's truly inspiring for us because you realize that there are three inputs that go into building the business, right? One is time, the second is money, and the third is effort or creativity. So when you're looking at these three things, you realize that you need any 2 out of 3, correct? If you don't have enough money, you will need creative effort and you will need time to build out your solutions. And that's what entrepreneurs in India have been doing very well. And over time, they've become better and better and better at using the resources to crunch that time and do things faster, which is possible. So you will realize that no matter what problem you pick, it is not about money. It is about the other two aspects that are used to build businesses. And this is something we have seen. So we have now 1,000 sellers on the platform, and each of them has a certain philosophy of frugal innovation that they show in their day-to-day work that inspires us to learn from. And I think the success of India lies in ensuring that the entrepreneurial spirit at every level, right? Whether it is the unicorns of India or it is the small entrepreneur of India, I think at every level that DNA is core to India, and I think that's what keeps us ahead of many countries, at least in terms of being able to deliver great value and capture that value at a very effective and low cost.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Khandelwal.
Hi, good morning everyone. I'm Sumit Khandelwal, and it's obviously a pleasure to be here. The best part of it is I am home. Jamshedpur is my hometown, and being from a place where I always did my definition, I was from the place of Tatas and born to a Marwadi, so you always have to do something which is about doing a business or being an entrepreneur. I started this almost 12 years back as a company. Today we are one of the largest rewards, incentives and loyalty software globally. It is more than $85 million in capital and trying to really scale this to become one of the largest globally. Obviously, frugality is something which is a crux of how we build the business. Not that $85 million is something which speaks about frugality, but that's something which is important in terms of our growth path. But the key part of when you're building a company like ours, I don't think you really need a lot of innovation on a day-to-day basis, right? Because if you are building something which is deep science and innovation really helps, so something like a deep sec or an open AI is where real innovation happens. But what is critical is in everything which you really do on a day-to-day basis as a business, in order to be more competitive to the global world, in order to be more reliable, in order to be more customer-centric, you have to keep innovating in the way you are running the operations as a business as well. And that's something which I believe is a true sense in the way you think of innovation. And I think when you have to, by DNA, any entrepreneur, any founder has to be frugal, and that's something which is the crux of it. Doesn't mean that you have to be miser, but frugality is a way of life, and that really helps. One of the things which I always believe is when you have less resources, you really do well. So I still believe on the hindsight that I was doing a lot more innovation when we did not raise capital. A reason also to say that we raised 200K and we took the company from $0 million to almost $7 million. And after raising almost $75 million, we have just been able to make 3x, right? So not to say that this is not the best thing to do, but also to say that with less resources, you keep doing innovation on a day-to-day basis. And you also build the whole culture of being frugal as well as innovating in every aspect of what you do as well.
Thank you, Mr. Khandelwal. That got me thinking when you said with a lot of money comes lower level of innovation. So since you mentioned it, can I ask you the question for my students to understand? There's an innovation scorecard. Is there something called frugality scorecard? And if there is one, what are the boxes that we need to take?
So I think just to avoid being misquoted, I think with raising capital doesn't really impact your innovation or your frugality, and we still run no frugal. But yeah, but the way we look at frugality is across every aspects of business. And when I say every aspects of business, you look at it, how you are able to take care of it in your marketing, how you are able to look at it in your finance, how you are able to look at it across, let's say, tech or HR function. And giving you some example because I believe that really helps. When I look at, when I speak to the HR and we say, can we really do something on the employee engagement initiative in the organization, right? There are two ways to look at it. One way to think of it is that we do something where we take people out or we call someone to speak, etc., etc. But one of the things which we did early on in our piece, which came again from one of the HR, was why don't we do something which is like paint our wall, right? And we actually wanted to paint our office as well. So we said that why don't we take this as an initiative and have employees come in and do a painting of their own walls which they want to. That's something which is very simple, right? Obviously costed us less, people were excited, took it as a more of an engagement initiative in the organization itself. Now that's one of the way. Going into something special in the marketing, right? In marketing, the critical thing which any marketer wants is, can you give me more marketing dollars which I can invest to acquire a customer, retain a customer, etc. Now, and that is one of the places where as a company we did a great hack because we did not invest a lot in marketing. Now, one smart guy in the team said, can I really look at, if you look at any of the events, there's brochure which has our technology partner, etc. They already had a gifting partner or a rewards partner. He said that one of the things we will do is we'll play a partner and be a recognition or a rewarding partner for at least 100 events. And that got us a lot of eyeballs, a lot of customers, and a lot of brand. Very simple thing, did not cost us a lot of money. And that we also set an expectation that every time we look at marketing, it's not about how much are you spending on AdWords or organic, but you're really looking at best and cheapest way to acquire customers. Giving some of these examples is the way you look at it is, one, you say, if the CAC of the competition, or let's say the marketing say the customer acquisition cost by the competition is X, can we really look at getting it at X by 2, right? That is one of the way you look at it. And these are different metrics for different people. When I look at on the sense of the finance, right? In the finance, what is very, very critical becomes is your working capital management, your management of the resources which is always there at hand, right? Now, one of the things which came up over there was, one, when you raise capital, you obviously have capital which you can deploy. But very smartly, a way to do that is kind of park it as into some mutual fund, which is debt-based mutual fund, and then use it as an OD. So what you keep doing in that is you keep earning on the capital deployed, and you use it based on the requirement as an interest cost over there. What you've done over there is you actually use it or reduce the cost of capital drastically and make it more easier for you to manage the capital which you need. So some of the ways is the way we really think of it, right? And last one to say is that when we speak about us as a company, we saw that when you have to hire talent, a great talent doesn't really come in. Now, what is the best way to hire talent which is economical, but which is also the best way to get the best talent? Quite a few people who are here who are entrepreneurs. I believe an entrepreneur is a real hustler, is a solution finder, and is keep innovating. So today, when we looked at, I think almost 3 years back, we took a conscious call that we'll look at hiring most people who are entrepreneurs. And today, I'm very proud to say that in a team today, which is almost 450 people, we have some 40 entrepreneurs, a lot of them actually hired. And these are the guys who really take leadership roles in the organization. And that's something is critical because I managed to get these guys excited. They are in the journey and they are really contributing to make the organization grow. And when you have an entrepreneur who is there, again by design they are frugal, they have been humbled because they have gone through the whole journey. And then what it also does to that is you are able to pass the culture across teams who in turn are looking at frugality as a part of their day in, day out. And then you don't have to really build a lot of policies or networks saying, hey, you have to travel only this class, you have to stay in only this. By design, when you do it, people start saying, hey, why are you putting a reservation? But when you really build it as a part of your culture, people are very happy in the way they are going, the way they are staying, etc. etc.
Thank you, Mr. Khandelwal. My next obvious question is fitting to the area of realm of sustainability that probably is close to your heart, Mr. Ahmed. Don't you think this is quite dichotomous in terms of sticking to frugality and ensuring that sustainability is adhered to? Because your company is emblematic of the fact that this has maintained the balance so powerfully, so eloquently. So I'd like to have your insights on maintaining the balance between frugality and sustainability.
See, again, there's a notion that sustainability is very difficult without. I'll give an example, something what I've seen here. Whenever I go to a conference or I go to a startup show or I go to a conference, anything where you have distinguished guests, you have plastic bottles on the table. And plastic again is not sustainable. But there is a little attention of detail by XLRI, there is not a plastic bottle, it's a bottle. So it is not expensive. It is again not something which we are thinking about the cost as being XLRI. So even at homes, middle class homes, what they do is they look at a little bit of detail. So what is required in sustainability is that you are being minimal to your core values. Now what is your core value? We have sourced materials which is there in Mother Earth, which are there within the ecosystem. Only thing is we are not going into mass production. When I say mass production, we are not using synthetic, we are not using animal skin, we are not using leather, we are not using chemicals to produce our products. We are using something which is recycling plastic bottles, recycling tires to make our footwear, which are thrown in the landfills. Again using merino wool, which is part of the shearing process from merino sheep. So what happens is these are there within the ecosystem. What is it? There is no awareness around it. Then it is all focus is on completely a design-led product. So when I say design, it is very, very minimal. So there are companies who support that. So ultimately you have to be patient enough to focus on eco-fashion rather than fast fashion. So frugality means choosing that difficult, it is difficult, but it is not something which will be very, very expensive. There will be very, very few players in the market as India is growing, but definitely there will be players and you have to stick to your core values. So the brand ethos itself is sustainability. So that means with small things within our office, within our brand principles, we have adopted that we will be a sustainable eco-fashion brand. So all you need is not to have hundreds of SKUs, thousands of SKUs, like the legacy brands what I've seen in this space. If you probably look at their data, they have around 5,000, 7,000 SKUs. And when somebody goes to a footwear store or goes to an e-commerce platform, they just get confused, saying that which product to buy. And they only pick up something which is being told by the executive at the footwear store, or maybe anything which is led by design, which looks good, or has little bit of detailing on the functionality, they pick it up. But rest, 30, 40, 50, 60% of the inventory gets piled on, and that becomes a dead inventory or becomes a slow moving inventory. So in fashion, that's a big problem statement where large brands have not been able to solve. You have seen the biggest retailer in India fail, and I met Mr. Bayani, and that is Big Bazaar. I was talking to him that I want to expand my catalog. He said, I'm the biggest failure in the ecosystem of having lakhs of SKUs. Be as frugal as possible, as cutthroat as possible in terms of maintaining your brand principles as being minimalist and give less options but more and more functionality to it. Similarly, when you talk about working with manufacturers, looking at data, ordering the inventory which is not, and ordering the inventory which is required and not overstocking them, or maybe getting out of stock. So everything is a data-led approach. That means you need to have tools within your ecosystem, within your brand, which are automated and on day in and day out tell you what the consumer is buying, why is he buying, and what is the reason behind it. So once you figure out your design with minimal cost, when we started off the brand with just 4 products, that is just a sneaker, a loafer and a jogger with 3 colors in each. That means just 10 SKUs. We hit 1 crore per month in revenue. And we were not at all on any shops, any distribution platforms. We were just online back in 2017, 2018. Shoes are not bought online. That's what was told to us. Nobody buys shoes online. They don't know the size. But we educated our consumers with content. All you need is to post on social media. Educate your consumers what is sustainability all about. And when you start doing that, people get to know. This is the world of social media. People, the attention span of the people is fairly less. It's just 15 seconds. And we have to make attention in that particular 15 seconds. So what we do is we make intriguing content at low cost. We use hacks. We have worked with the best of celebrities within the ecosystem at mere lakhs of rupees, not crores. When I say the large celebrities, I talk about the likes of Jasprit Bumrah, Hardik Pandya, all of them we have paid lakhs. We have used hacks to get them. We have told them that during COVID times, when we started off, we told them that everybody is indoors. We will come at your home and spend just 1 hour and complete our shoot. And we will go away with all the protocols. They were so impressed that with just one videographer and one technician, we have shot the commercials, done everything, and we said we just need the advertising rights for a month or 2. And we don't need to block you for an year. You are free to go with and work with any other brand. And they immediately signed. Why? Because the content dies down in 30 days or 15 days. You don't need that face again. You don't need to spend crores of rupees on marketing. So all you need is hacks. So being bootstrapped very early on, when everybody had declined us funding, saying that India doesn't buy its shoes beyond $10. We started off in 2018 by pricing our products at 6,500 rupees, saying sustainability is expensive. But at scale, we have built it up. Today, we are among one of the largest D2C brands within the country. From selling 100 pairs a day or maybe 20 pairs a day, today we sell close to 5,000 pairs a day. So it all comes down to how frugal you are in your approach. It doesn't require a lot. Stick to your core, talk to your consumers. I personally used to talk to consumers every week, even today. I sit in the customer care on a Saturday or a Friday and I talk to at least 30, 40, 50 customers. I tell, give me the most difficult customers or the most irritated customers. I want to know what is the problem. Today, being D2C, we have also opened retail stores, 15 retail stores. We could have gone the franchisee route, being a funded company now, we could have scaled up by opening 50, 60 stores. We said it is not an easy journey. It requires a lot of patience. Just capital at your disposition will not create a brand. You are among the most legacy brands within the country. So you have to be patient and you have to ensure that you are cost effective. You are sticking to your core values. So sustainability is doable. Everything is within our ecosystem. It is just our will that we can't do.
Thank you, sir. Before I come back to Mr. Amish for your take on this issue, I have Mr. Nirvay. I would like to have his understanding on balancing, of course, frugality and sustainability, because they sometimes for some entrepreneurs, to the best of my knowledge, it looks little oxymoronic. How can you really be sustainable while being frugal? Because you represent Jharkhand Angels. What is an angel's take when you do angel investing? What's your take? What's been your most profound insight that you would like to share with all of us?
Okay. So let me give you a little slightly larger context, but I was just informed that 15 seconds is the attention span, so I'd like to keep it short. We have worked with entrepreneurs quite a bit, 250 plus of them in the last 10 years of both my companies put together, Jharkhand Angels and Conclave. One of the reasons frugality goes for a toss is that as we start growing, we add structural layers in our operations. And as we add structural layers, each layer demands its share of the pie to get something done. So one of the things that we have been teaching our startup clients is to keep the organization as delayered as possible for as long as possible. So that you keep the original DNA of what I like to call planning in the morning, executing in the afternoon and celebrating in the evening. That's the DNA we try to build with our clients, saying that this is the DNA that you need to keep as long as possible if you want to succeed and stay frugal. Now, sustainability and frugality, we do a lot of work on sustainability, by the way. We have started a program called the Green Skills Journey of the World. It is said that over the next 30 years, for every 5 jobs that require green skills, there will be only one candidate available in the world. And that's a huge challenge. So we have started working with our clients again to start going green from a skills perspective. How do you build skills in individuals and employees, both internally and externally, working with institutions like XLRI to make sure that the skills that are needed by the world to ensure the sustainability journey is completed are also available. 1.5 degree centigrade Fahrenheit, degree centigrade temperature hike is a reality now. It's likely to go beyond 2 degrees. So the world is going to get hotter. That's the truth of the matter. That is not preventable anymore. Now, how do we figure out how to live in such a world is a question in front of humanity. And organizations are going to play a critical role in that. Because net zero targets are going to be for individuals as well, for organizations as well, for homes as well. Because if you are not net zero, you are adding to the consumption. So we have started working with a lot of clients on that aspect. Second aspect of frugality, I believe, comes from this journey that organizations take in terms of fundraise. And so we touched upon that a little bit. As you get flush with capital, your tendency to now not struggle for funds kinds of undoes a lot. It tends to do a lot of damage to your earlier DNA as an organization, where you could get a lot of work done with a lot less talent, lot less capability, lot less space. One of the first things that organizations do when they get capital is suddenly they move into some really fancy offices, which are not even green by the way. India, being in tropics, so much of glass space in offices, it is not at all Italy. Right? But because first you heat by letting the sun in, then you cool by putting the ACs on. One of the innovations that we are working with some of our clients is, can you move the ACs from the ceiling to the floors? That's a tech innovation, because when it is at a ceiling height, it needs to minimum cool 12 feet of space. When it is at a floor height, it needs to, in India, average it needs to cool only 5.5 feet. Because that's the average height of Indians, right? 6 feet at best. So there are many things that you can do to become frugal, innovative. One of the things I tell people is that if you have 20 employees, you must only have space for 10. And then make the space work. Because otherwise you are going to add to the problem, you are not going to solve it.
Just staying on here, because you're representing angel investing. So is it an important criterion when you look at investing in a particular startup? Do you look at that as an important criterion?
Absolutely. So one of the things that we look at is that, see, everybody does a pie chart of where they're going to put the money, right, when they raise the capital. So we are very, very particular that is the organization's DNA changing when they're raising the capital. So we look at where have you invested your bootstrap capital so far, and why is the pie changing from there, and is it making sense to you? One of our success stories is Haji Stores, which is a Darbhanga-based startup. Tried to raise funds in Shark Tank season 1, failed. Then we raised the capital. In fact, we went back to Vinita and Namita and said that you can't just talk about your failed, your wrong choices on Shark Tank, you have to also correct it. So they were nice enough to come back with us to the Darbhanga Shark Tank, then piggyback on Jharkhand Angels to then do the season 2 shoot at Darbhanga. And we were very particular that their DNA of working with women to handcraft their pickles cannot change. They cannot now invest money behind large factories, large warehouses to global. The core has to remain the same, that they will continue to use like light shop ship rocket and delivery to reach the masses. They will continue to use the large pocket of employee cost still has to go to those women in Darbhanga who are helping them make the pickles. The sourcing has to remain the way it was earlier. Marketing cannot suddenly go overboard from where it was. And as a consequence of that, the entire funding, very little funding, 1.2 crores was not very high funding. But they were at 5 lakhs per month revenue when we invested, 1.2 crores. Today they are upward of 1.2 crores revenue per month. It's just taken them 2 years to reach from 5 lakhs per month to 1.2 crores per month. And if you go to Darbhanga, they still operate out of the same space, despite this 25x growth kind of scenario. Nothing significant has changed in how they operate.
Thank you, sir. So, Avnish, since we've been wanting to hear your expertise, essentially, which is in AI, which is probably helping our students to write the examinations. So, beyond being able to write examinations by, I'm not sure. I'm not saying my students, of course, but this has been a challenge for all professors, by the way. So, what's your take as a tech expert in given sense? How does AI make sense and also ensure that's, of course, it's sustainable? How does it really make entrepreneurs frugal from your experience in given sense?
Yeah, let me just give a bit of our background why we used AI for reducing carbon emissions, specifically for the industrial decarbonization. If you see that today, there is a lot of hype or talk about green hydrogen and CCS, the carbon capture technologies. But the amount of investment that is needed for those technologies is significantly higher. It can be piloted in a small fashion. It can be piloted at 1 or 2 sites, but definitely it can't be scaled. Even green hydrogen today is not even, you can't even transport over long run because the safety concerns are still not met. So when we started, even none of these things were there, because we have to look fundamentally how we bring our entire sustainable value chain in a very frugal manner, but thinking around our lean principles. That's how we started off. And what we did is, we thought that AI can become a central part of it. Today, after almost like 5 years since we started, a lot of the research firms from the top consulting firms have talked about that AI can impact 4 to 16% of carbon reduction, which can lead to a $12 trillion economy. And that's why you are hearing all about DeepSeek and other things. But we started much earlier because we were having that conviction that AI could become an expert system for it. So coming to the point how we started doing it is, when we initially started, we wanted to be very frugal because that time there was not even Paris. We started in 2018-19 period when there was no Paris Agreement as well. Most of our customers used to talk about the cost of energy, how much of energy you are consuming and how you can optimize it. And that is what our journey started. We built the fundamental AI techniques and models which try to imitate the actual process of these industries and understand where the energy is getting consumed more. Do the basic root cause analysis, identify those root causes and try to address those challenge areas. That pretty much started giving almost like 15-20% in our first leg, and then we started seeing 20 to 25% reduction in energy. It's a direct ROI, cost saving, and customer were happy to pass that savings back to us as a percentage. And then we got into the subscription model eventually from there, because our platform became. What we did, even while the talk about the expert system and all is being built, at that time we were thinking how we can build an expert system that can be larger and that can imitate for each of the industries. We found the fundamentals of this entire industry's energy to be balanced in a way that it can optimize the entire process. And we started working on that in that early stage with a very small resources, which was a combination of mathematicians to scientists and even our AIML guys which we worked on to it. The idea was to build foundation model, and that is what we did eventually. And those foundation is today being replicated with the smaller models. So that's what even DeepSeek does. They try to influence that OpenAI models with their smaller models which can be trained at lower cost and do that. And that is what we are doing. So just to give you a few examples, when the industry started getting to the advanced stage, today we talk about is how to use alternate fuels. We didn't go for green hydrogen. We started working for biofuels, the waste coming from your chemical plants. So we are looking at the demolished materials, because a lot of this buildings demolished material goes nowhere. So this is what we started looking at it as part of our further innovation, and we started thinking where this can be utilized. We found that cement industries can burn most of these things, provided you take out the unsustainable particles out of it. And that is what we started working, and today you will not believe our the same expert models have been modified and have been worked in cement industry. We are doing today biofuel improvement by almost 20 to 25%, cutting down the coal requirement by almost close to 15 to 16%. So that's our innovation we are working on, we have done and we have proven to the industry, and now we are going towards demolishment materials. So that's the innovation we have taken, and just to let you know where we were started and today we are there. We started in 2019 with almost like in a revenue range of and once a year, and today we are going to clock this year close to 3 million upwards, and we are in our journey towards 10 million ARR. That's what we are working, and we are tying up with a few of the large US Canadian companies in taking this journey to the next level. We have got almost more than 10 plants of asphalt in US where we are deploying this technology. So that is what we felt, that AI is one of the most powerful. But then one thing is very important is what you are developing as a core technology. You should be able to protect it. You should be able to defend it over a long term, because AI is something which everyone will try to replicate it very fast. So that is one of the things, is what is your core science or foundation behind it, which is going to protect you over the long run, because that's your core product. But rest is all about how do you take this scaling part, how you scale the product. And we have utilized a lot of other things which was already talked about it. Today we use in US, we don't have any team. We everything delivers sitting in India, and we have advisors, we have freelancers in US who are taking care of the sales, marketing, and even deployment of this solution. So that's how we have it. We are now in UAE as well, and we are completely doing it at a very low cost in a frugal manner by doing everything setting out of India. So that's what is our model is, and that's pretty much it.
Thank you, sir. Shujayji, coming back to you, I was having a conversation that I realized essentially the work that you do. Don't you think it's a bit of a tough challenge to really have that track, keeping eyes on the target to be sustainable, because it's all about consumption. So what is your recipe that I'm sure you have, which you'd like to share with us, as well as your advice through the lens of your own business to rest of us? What is that recipe that we should follow? Because startup, it's a challenge. Much as we'd like to say, this is quite Pollyannish to say, I would be creating value, but also I'll be sustainable and I'll ensure the carbon reduction, emission reduction is adhered to. So how does one really maintain that delicate balance from your standpoint?
Got it. So I think I'll start off by saying one thing, which is that if you actually think about it, sustainability is not expensive. Sustainability is cheaper because there is a price you're paying for being not sustainable that you're not calculating as part of the discussion. Correct? So there is a price. You're paying a price in terms of environment, in terms of health, in terms of many other aspects. So if you look at the long term, sustainability is much cheaper and better. So I think that's the first thing. So three things we look at. One is focus on the customer. When you make more of what customers want, you're not stuck with, like he said, even if it's consumerism and you're talking about consumption, when you're making only more of what customers want versus trying to make and push it at customers, that is a sustainable way of building things. So on Zwende, we use customer data to tell makers what they should make more of. We call it the creative supply chain. It works very differently from retail supply chains. Your small makers, handcrafted, customized, personalized, are typically made one at a time or in small batches. So you can very easily tell them what they should make more of. Correct? So that you are not making so much and then figuring out how to sell. That is an unsustainable way of doing business. So using customer insights, listening to voice of customer, using that for product innovation, marketing content, language, everything is a sustainable way of doing business. And over time you realize that the cost of doing that business as you scale actually goes down. Correct? So if you look at Zwende in the last, I would say 18 to 20 months, we have 8x our top line, but our cost of doing the business has halved. Whether it's marketing, whether it's fulfillment, whatever cost you look at. And that's purely because we are making more of what customers want, using customer data analytics, insights and customer voice to do the marketing and fulfillment. So that's one part. The second part that we look at is how do you move the dialogue from cost to value. Correct? Because one is cutting cost and cost consciousness, but the other is value creation and value capture. So the consumer also, like we were discussing yesterday, is more value conscious than cost conscious. And so must your organization and so must your people be. So the question for everybody on the team is, what value are you creating? What value are we capturing versus the cost? So it's not whether the cost of a cloth bag that we use for our packaging is more or less compared to plastic. But the question is, what is the value that it's creating and what is the longevity of that, correct? And that brings me to the third part that we look at, which is short term versus long term. When you look at things in the short term, they may seem expensive. But the minute you start looking at this in the long term, you will realize that sustainable ways of doing business, sustainable ways of just living your daily life is way more cheaper and better in the long term. So I think those are sort of the three things we look at. One is focus on consumer, make things that your customer wants so that you're sustainable. Second is move from cost to value, and third is look at long term and not just short term.
Thank you. Brilliant. This is not quite linear. We think if it's that's what you're saying. Value is in fact directly proportional to frugality. That's what you're saying. So wonderful. This is a brilliant insight. Now my next obvious question would be on the role of the cult classic that probably I still feel inspired by is lean startups. So the lean methodology that all of you have been talking about. And as a teacher, as an academic, yes, I've always been driven by design thinking, the role of lean principles and design thinking in all your businesses, I'm sure. Wittingly, unwittingly you're doing. So I would not particularly name, so you could probably start sharing your understanding of lean principles and design thinking and different businesses that you've been doing. Lean.
So for us, lean is the foundation. So let me just go back to when we started off. One of the key things we started looking at as part of our reducing the carbon emission or the carbon footprint is what we can cut and what we can reduce in the whole process. How we can eliminate the waste from the process, because that's the fundamental of the lean principle. And where you have an opportunity to reduce cost. So when we started our journey, initial journey, I think at that point of time we didn't have a lot of levers, and even the AI was also in the early stage. So we built the foundation system or the foundation models with three fundamentals. One is where we can find an opportunity to cut cost, where we can find an opportunity to reduce the energy utilization, where it is a possibility to even influence the reducing the waste. And that is what we continue to do today as a foundation, because that's what our foundation was there. So lean was into our technology, because that's the first thing which we did. The second thing was being lean even in our team structure, because the entire journey was going to be longer. We need that. This is not going to happen in 1 or 2 years. It's a more than 5 years of our journey, which is going to take time to get deep, take a startup. So we started forming a core team, which comprises of like 4 or 5 guys who were started from the beginning. And the way we created that team to become lean is that this team took most of the critical work areas, or I would say that they did get involved in the design. And then the next level of the team where we are scaling, we could work with interns, we can even work with the freshers who can just take the task-based approach. And that helped us in scaling the team very fast, because we didn't have to really spend a lot of time in ramp up and scaling the team for a longer time, given the product was complex and domain was also complex. So that is something we did. The third part was now the customer part, the acquiring customer and getting into the scale of business. So this is something where what we did is, and that is maybe something I can think it is a classic case of the lean is, we started using our connects. In fact, we didn't even go to the marketing through social media and try to do that, because we knew that it will take time. Who are the customers or the people we have worked or interacted in past, because we all came from experience world, and we started going to them and saying that, can you give us the opportunity to prove this technology? And this is the way we started getting the first set of our customers, because they knew us and they knew our capability. It was more about that, okay, you guys are doing something, we can give you a chance, because I know you, I worked it in the past. So that was one thing which helped us getting us in the Fortune 500 customer as the very first customer. So we started with some of the large corporations in the world. And that's what our starting point was, because this led us to getting into those customers and making our platform scale very fast, rather than going with the customers at a tier 2, tier 3 and going to the large customers. Then the next part was the data, because finally it is a data game, because our entire I will say the product is based on the data, because we collect huge amount of data. And especially some of the sectors like oil and gas required 5 years of data to then build the foundation models. Now this was becoming a big challenge, because at that time the cost of data, specifically on any cloud, was a huge cost to us as a recurring charge on a month-on-month basis. So what we did there, we had to think something innovative and leaner approach for reducing our cost, because we were all bootstrapped at that point of time. We started doing fundamentally the things which was not even thought about it. We developed our models and trained on the historical data, then we used to move the data back to the archival system onto our on-premises, not keeping on data on the cloud. And we built the large models specifically on the trained on the baseline or on the prehistorical data. And what we did is we brought the concept of real-time analysis. And the data which is streaming through, because it is not a small data, you can map like in oil and gas industry, when one plant can pump in more than 100,000 data tags in less than a second. So you need to start so that was the time we started understanding how we can get into real-time analytics from doing mostly a training-based approach. That's why today the GPUs consume so much of the cost of GPU, because you keep on training, and every time you go and you identify a new image or new object, you have to train it, and you did cost of training. So the cost of training itself we have eliminated with a real-time approach. And that is what we did.
If I can,
Probably Amartji and Sujay.
if I can just kind of change the direction of the conversation a little. Lean and design thinking both, I think they are extremely misunderstood concepts. If you go deep into the dynamics of design thinking, you will realize that design thinking first teaches you how to change behaviors before it goes into technicalities of design thinking. The world has this habit of solving today's problem and creating tomorrow's problem perpetually. If you look at DeepSeek and the conversations on that, I don't think what they have done in terms of money or manpower is the core issue. I think what they have done in terms of ability to utilize 1/10 of the resource and get the same output is where the lean is and where the sustainability of the world is. We are not realizing, but AI is a water guzzler and AI is an energy guzzler. The more you do AI, the less sustainable the world is likely to become unless you know how to do it in a very, very lean manner. So DeepSeek's greatest contribution to humankind is the lack of energy consumption and the lack of water consumption in the entire process. When you use less number of GPUs, you are actually using less water. You are using less energy. So one of the things that we have been doing in our approach to our conversation with entrepreneurs and CXOs and leaders is changing the behavioral dynamics of those organizations. Of how do you think about tomorrow and solve for tomorrow perpetually? So we are working on something called transcendental leadership, where you are able to work backwards from 100 years. So can you visualize 100 years from now in your organization and then do everything that is necessary to make that reality happen starting today? So that's what we have been working with organizations, and we may not realize. I was lucky to work with 3 organizations which are all 100 years old. I was with Sapula, which was 127 years old. I was with Urban, which will complete 100 years in 2033. I was with ACC Cement, which will also complete 100 years around the same time frame. So most organizations are made for 100 years. But CEOs are guilty of running it for a quarter. And that is what we are working on to change. That can you learn to run your organization for 100 years starting today? Once you do that, you will realize that sustainability will become part of your game. You are not going to be running your organization 6 feet underwater, right? You are going to run it over land. So you must prevent that rise of sea levels that's happening. And you must do it now. And approach everything from that perspective. That's what we have been teaching our leaders. So you'll find that most of the companies that we work for, lean design principles from a behavioral dynamics, frugality is baked into the DNA of their goal setting process itself. It is not something else to do.
Thank you. Mr. Roy, you know what, that is quite humbling and sobering. In fact, you gave me powerful food for thought, and most importantly, you gave me a weapon in my armory that I would probably be using with our valued guest today. Because while talking about lean, while selling the romance of lean, and of course design thinking, this is what is really forgotten, because to the best of my knowledge, if you really put a single query through AI, somewhere, some deep down corner of our planet, it guzzles what? Close to 10 liters? Is that true? I'm not sure. 10, 15 liters? One query, 15 liters? So where is the question of reducing carbon emission when we are doing it? So are we overselling lean and design thinking, or we are not? Or you are mis-selling lean and design thinking? Probably from your perspective, Mr. Amar.
See again, lean is just not about doing everything. It's also about looking at detail, attention to detail. That's something which is required. And similarly, when somebody is starting off in a startup, so lean is something they have the co-founders together, and you probably need to identify the players who would be working with you to reach your vision. So let's say the vision of the company is to be there in certain threshold in the next 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. So the investment here would be identifying the right talent. What would be required in 0 to 1 journey, 1 to 5 as a journey. So a lot of people say that I am going to do everything on my own. And that is where I think they are not best at some things. Let's say, for example, if it is a design-based approach, maybe you couldn't be the right person in that because you are not a professional in terms of understanding the design principles. Hire a product head. Work with the best of resources. Go and approach them. So design is something which is in our industry, they are institutions from generations who have been teaching on design, on footwear design. So work with the best, work with freelancers, work with in understanding how the approach could be to make it feasible in your brand approach. How the person could help you in terms of reaching your brand targets if it is very early in the journey. Similarly, what could be the cost involved in terms of getting the best of resources in terms of finance? So again, in terms of business, you need to have the best of understanding of what the data is, consumer behavior, then also how you are acting upon that consumer behavior. I'll give an example. When we started out, being lean is extremely important. So what we did is we started approaching, say, professors like you in and around where we know through our references, to our friends' references, who probably are role models for 1,000 students, 10,000 students, or the alumnus. We gifted them our pair of shoes, told them, you are our brand advocates, tell us what is good in the product, what is not good in the product. If you like the product, please post it on social media. So the avid followers of Mr. Sunil then would definitely go and look at the brand. So that hasn't costed me anything, but has got me a reach of 1,000 or 10,000 people whom they treat as a mentor. So similarly, we have met leaders in different corporate organizations, told them about our brand, that we are using sustainable practices. So that sustainable practices, that attention is always there. Oh, how are you doing it? So when they wear that particular product and they seek the comfort what we're giving, automatically that grabs attention and becomes a lean kind of thing.
Thank you. I've been warned by my students saying that I need to stop talking and allow them to talk. So before that, probably I'll have because I'm a little tempted to hear you and both of you. So 1 minute, please, before I throw open this session for my students.
Sure, so I'll touch upon the design thinking part and I'll illustrate it with an example. Basically, when you look at design thinking, it is getting into the lives of the consumer, understanding the circumstances, situations, seeing what's going on, and then coming back and redrafting the problem statement. Because sometimes consumers can't articulate it, right? So I'll give you an example. Zwande was this year India's largest Raksha Bandhan store. Okay, the storefront that we had was larger than Amazon, Flipkart, Meesho, Myntra, whatever you look at, right? Anybody else. We were the largest. It was significant learning from last year. Last year when we launched the store, we had failed miserably, and we didn't understand why, because we had enough diversity and depth. So we went and spoke to about 500, 600 customers. One of the inputs they gave was, why will I spend 350 rupees on buying a Rakhi? Correct? Now, this is a very simple input, and most people took away that, so we have to reduce the price of the Rakhi. But we said, no, that's not the problem. So when we spoke to more customers, we realized, we came back, went to the drawing board and said, so this is what customers are saying. What is the real input over there? The input that we got was, how can we make these Rakhis have a longer life? Because they are saying, why will I spend so much on a Rakhi that I'm only going to use once and possibly throw away? So the design thinking aspect here was, how do you rephrase that problem statement? How do you understand how to create more value for the customer? So this year, our Raksha Bandhan store did 4x the sale of last year at 1/3 the marketing cost, simply because we had this one store which said reusable Rakhis or Rakhis with long life. Reusable Rakhis were Rakhis that are now usable as a pendant, usable as curtain ties, usable as bag charms, usable as bracelets, usable as fridge magnets. Long life Rakhis were seed Rakhis that you can plant, etc. Right? So you really see that when you try to understand what customers are trying to tell you, don't take absolute words, don't try and look for the shortest path, ki cost is everything. It's not. What customers are looking for is something else, and that's where design thinking comes in. Because I can give you 100 examples. This is just one recent example, but the classic case, correct? Where now I'm saying these are reusable Rakhis, these are long life Rakhis, and these are sustainable Rakhis, correct? And so suddenly what happened is the willingness for people to pay, the willingness for people to buy went up so much that it's clearly visible in the business.
Thank you. Sujay, thank you. Much as we would really be tempted to move on, I would, the last minute reserve for Mr. Khandelwal. So probably one another ramification of Agile with a capital A. How is it helping you be lean and be sustainable?
Yeah, so one of the things as entrepreneur we do is we really have to keep building on the product which you have done, right? And I think that is critical because you might start with a vision, but the journey for getting a product market fit is really something which everybody has to go through. And the easiest and the best way to do is to keep listening to the customer and work on the agile principle. When I speak about it is, you go for a customer meeting and then the customer says, hey, is this something, this is the problem statement which I'm trying to solve. Some customer, and what you cannot do is you cannot keep changing product every day. What you have to really do is to build up a MVP or use your core product and keep that evolving so that you are able to solve that and make that happen. Essentially also goes back to the whole concept of frugality, because making a product change is a bigger cost affair. But what you can always do is to keep using agile principle to do some MVPs, which is really helpful for you to go back to the customer and say, hey, is this product really solving the purpose which you want to? And then check it around before you really debut it as a part of your core product development. And that's something which is the inherent part of the entrepreneur's life. Because one of the things you have to realize is time is something which is more expensive, and I think you have to really pay it fast. You have to keep evolving and you have to keep adapting your product, and that's something which also is critical from a perspective that if you keep listening to customer and keep making the product every day, you might build up a product which has the speed and agility of a BMW, but the tires of a Maruti, right? Because you might say, hey, this is what the customer said. Hence, what is important is to keep learning and keep building on with a quick agility style. And that's something which is a core part of the philosophy which a tech team and a tech product company really does. So that's something which really has been helpful for us.
Thank you. Fail fast so that we succeed. I invite all of you to probably ask your question. Please ask your question and mention who is it addressed to so that they can take it up and answer. Over to you.
Good morning, sir. My name is Roshan and I have 5.5 years of work experience in supply chain operation. You have raised the topic of hydrogen as an alternate resources and carbon emission. So just I have a query like traditionally we are using a coking coal as a way of fuel, and it is producing almost 2.5 ton of CO2 with per ton of steel producing. And country has a vision of doubling the capacity of 300 MTPA up to 2030 in a multiplicative where carbon emission will be also increased. So is there any like significant work is going on to developing the hydrogen as a alternate resources, whether we are getting any type of monetary support from government in developing this type of startups?
Yeah, good question. Let me give you the background. The green hydrogen, blue hydrogen is already getting enough support from the government side. In fact, we have been working with few of the government initiatives where the startups are being funded by government grants as well. As I said in my point also, that it is a little longer path because proving these solutions to a product, productization is key. There's something called pilot and there is a productization. There's a long time because it takes, a new technology takes generally this kind of technology somewhere around 15 to 20 years. So still what you're seeing is just a very early stage. And that is the reason this startups needs longer gestation cycle and the support. And that's where the key challenge area is going to be the funding part as well, which is what we have seen in past. And the best approach is to start looking at what could be an alternative approach along with green hydrogen or hybrid approach. Or if you're really going to focus on green hydrogen as your subject matter, look at it how you can do it at a smaller scale and then go to a larger scale. I've seen a lot of startups who are my fellow colleagues in Bangalore and other places, they have been doing very small scale solutions using green hydrogen. So maybe that could be the way to start with. This is what will be my advice since you are specifically talking about green hydrogen.
Hydrogen resources are not easily available and they are most costlier than coke. But the reducing power of hydrogen is more than coke. So how can we get that in future we can leverage this economic scale of hydrogen production?
Yes, see, this is going to happen. That's why I said like it will take at least a significant time scale from 15-20 years, because even today hydrogen transportation and storage is a big challenge area. Because it's a safety concerns are not even met fully. And the storage area requires a huge investment as well. So yeah, definitely the cost is high. Is any new technology when it comes in the beginning, or the cost is going to be high and it will over a period of time when the scale comes or the production scale is going to come into a picture. That's the time when you will see the cost getting to a more reasonable levels. But right now, yeah, it's quite expensive. There's no doubt about it.
Next question. Next question.
Hello everyone. I am Priyajit and I have 5 years experience in software development at Fidelity Investments. I have a question for you, Mr. Amrit. So you mentioned about maintaining low SKUs. So a friend of mine, she brought Neiman's, there was a holy loafers. She liked it, but she is not getting that anymore, right? So is there any consequence of maintaining low SKUs, like you lose customers? And so do you prioritize those customers who may go away because you do not have a product anymore? Or you prioritize your inventory principles and you may unfortunately have to let that customer go?
So again, what we do is every season we develop a lot of products. In the last 5 to 5.5 years, we've been developing every season good 20-25 products, which are there for the entire season. And depending on that, we look at data deep in terms of understanding what are the customers asking for, what is the current trends showing, and what is the thought around that particular product. So we look at data in terms of taking decisions. So let's say, for example, if your friend has opted for a wool loafer at that point of time, that design had got some response and had not got that response for us to come back and relaunch again. The reason is because, say, as being a scale startup, we also have minimum order quantities which you need to place. So let's say on our website you will find whenever this product is out of stock, please let us know, notify me when the product will be back in stock. So through that notification we will get to know how many customers are coming on a daily basis and hitting that, sending or filling out the details saying that let me know when this product will be available. So let's say I'm getting 10-20 queries on a daily basis. That means by the end of the month if I get 300 queries, it will still not be sufficient for me to do that, because it has to be on the website, then automatically it has to do exceptionally well as well. So let's say, for example, if I have now 150 SKUs, so those products are regularly being asked, advertised, when we advertise, and whenever we are out of stock. So automatically that there are a lot of customers coming back on our website and leaving notifications asking for products when it will be back in stock. So that product may not have got that much of visibility what we wanted. So that's the reason it's not added back into stock.
And you mentioned like every sales cycle you change it, but for a footwear, usually it's not like after a year or two you may change it, right? So do you see cycles like after 2 years you bring back some inventory to see how it sells, or do you go through the notify me notifications?
So what we do is we are only making footwear with they're from generations. So let's say we make a loafer, we make a sneaker, we make a jogger, or we make a casual footwear around it, or we make a slipper. So what happens is in that, if we have any design tweaks based on consumer feedback, to tell you honestly, the product what you're talking about had a little bit of consumer feedback where the customer were not feeling it comfortable, and that's the reason we had to tweak the design and relaunch it in a different design. So we take a lot of data in terms of consumer insights as well as how is the product trending in terms of the comfort aspect also, because that is our core proposition. So we deep dive in terms of consumer feedback. Okay, the consumer is
feeling that this product is not giving the utmost comfort, that's the reason we need to tweak the design. So we tweak the design again. The loafer will be there, but it will be there in some other design. So that's how it is. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thank you. Next question, please. I have time. Rahul, we have some time.
Good morning. My name is Trishna. I have about 6 years of experience with EY. My question is, in general, anybody can answer. So there's this concept of greenwashing that goes around. So, and sustainable products generally are priced at a slightly higher price. So how do you sort of differentiate between that your product is actually sustainable and there is no element of greenwashing that is going on? How do you sort of give that out to the consumers?
So if you look at it, the entire the green supply chain of your product has been very clearly laid out in COP 1, COP 2, COP 3, right? So only if you are truly not greenwashing, only if you are implementing in all 3 COPs, right? Otherwise, at some place your product is going to compensate for it. For example, let's take a simple example when a company converts its entire fleet into EV fleet, right? What it does is it actually, EVs themselves are not sustainable right now, right? So which basically means that if you don't go back into the supply chain, make sure that charging infra is like that, the source of power is like that, you are extracting lithium in a more efficient manner, you are still greenwashing the world, right? So we are at the cusp of the technology revolution where a lot of our actions are actually not translating into the real net zero results. However, organizations are trying hard. If you look at most large organizations, the net zero targets are themselves running into 2045, 2050, 20. India's net zero target is 2070, right? Which is still some distance away. So, from a policy level to actually implementation on the ground and ensuring that the implementation is through your entire value chain is where you will actually not end up greenwashing. Till that time, most of our action will, they may not be dishonest action, they might be honest action, but they will still be impacting somewhere in the value chain negatively. Mindfulness is very, very important. For example, COP 1 is where the most of the mindfulness is. If you can make your own operations really green, chances are that you are succeeding in non-greenwashing and you are doing real. I'll give you an example. AstraZeneca Pharma is one of my clients. One of the places where the product is most environmentally unfriendly is one of the inhalers. So they are investing a lot of energy behind getting that delivery of the inhaler right to make sure that at consumer level it is a great product. They are also world number 7 right now in terms of 200 organizations in terms of how they are impacting green from the entire value chain of the supply chain. So I think the goal is look at the entire supply chain and then take the green action. Then it is not greenwashing.
Maybe I can just add a small example. You mentioned the pharmaceutical world. You'll see that there is one thing which is very common in most of the pharmaceutical manufacturing is the uses of the steam for doing the cleaning. Every batch gets over, you have to clean all the reactors and everything, and then it has to get to the next batch. That's a very expensive process because the steam again has to be generated through the utilities, which are the boiler plays a major role. So a small example can still, greenwashing doesn't mean that they can't avoid it. What we are trying to do is to how we can improve the quantity of the steam at the same energy level. And that's how it's, again, it contributes to somewhat to the greenwash, right? That is what, so what you can contribute in your whole journey, and even you can do some incremental steps, that is what.
One last question, we have time for one last question. Who has the last question?
Hello sir, my question is to Mr. Sumit Khandewal. By the way, I am Kushal Dey. I have 5.5 years of experience in the oil and gas industry. My last company was Samsung Engineering, and I am mentioning this because I have personally used XOXO gift cards a lot. My company used to solely prefer XOXO. So during my stay in Samsung Engineering, I have seen XOXO gift cards, and very interestingly, when I logged into the portal first time, I saw all sorts of brands covered in the portal. Now my question is, we have banking behemoths like HDFC Bank, SBI were offering credit points for their credit cards, and they are also integrating brands in their portal. And we are also having Google Pay, who are also giving coupons for each and every transaction, Google Pay or Phone Pay like that. How did XOXO manage to, what did XOXO do different from these companies to become one of the most recognized platforms for gift cards?
Thank you so much, and good to find a customer, right? That really speaks that you're doing something right. So, I think generally when you look at any business, right, the industry has to be really big, right? So if you look at what you just mentioned, the business we are in is really a huge industry, and I think to speak about the numbers range in terms of the whole gift card industry is about almost $700 billion globally. Right? That's one part of it. Now, second thing is that there's different pockets of business. So when you spoke about HDFC Bank or SBI, others, they are in the loyalty, or they have these loyalty points, right? What they do is they don't really build it by themselves, right? So they have a loyalty provider, who would be us, not really an HDFC Bank case, but would be a provider like us, who would provide the infra for running any loyalty program. So we have loyalty programs, we have employee rewards recognition program, and we have something on the customer lifecycle management as well, customer acquisition, customer referral, etc. So the core thing of that is essentially not just providing these gift cards, but essentially providing application which sits on the core infra of the organization, and then make sure that you are able to build up the whole accrual engine, which makes it very, very sticky. So that's what it is. So to summarize it, our applications are core part of every organization, right? And it will be integrated with an HRMS software, it will be integrated in a CRM software, it will be integrated in a marketing automation software, it would be integrated in anything around CRM as well. And what we try to do is to try to build applications which makes the whole journey led to build up workflows which makes entire rewards, accrual engine, rewards, delivery engine very, very standard. And the last part of it is about marketplace, right? Which is where you consume any of the rewards which you build. And the marketplace is something where what you are trying to do is keep innovating on it. So when I speak about innovative, one of the things we are doing, which is also the first in the industry, is to build AI engine on top of it to make the rewards marketplace very personalized. Which means when you log in, it would be what your marketplace would want. You can use it in the format you want it, and you can really use the points into a most cost-effective manner for you. So those are stuff which you kind of keep innovating on and then build up on with a good sales organization, because finally end of it, when you build up, it's all about getting it towards the largest reach to make sure that you are able to win more customers and delight them every day. That's the way we look at it, and obviously you have to keep innovating with this. And the only way to solve for competition is to build up on what's the latest technology, build up on the best, I think, a culture in terms of the organization, and always keep listening to what the customer wants.
Thank you. Now we've come to the end of this proceedings. So as an optimist teacher, incorrigible optimist teacher, I always believe probably frugality is interwoven to the tapestry of our destiny, of our nation as a culture. I think that's an example that we saw through Zwende, Zozote, Imans and Event and of course the rest that we look forward to hearing from. Thank you for this wonderful conversation, fascinating conversation that we had with you, and thank you for your time. We look forward to listening to you even more. Over to my students. Yash.
Well, that was truly a fascinating discussion by our panel. I hope you all enjoyed that as much as I did. I love the insights shared by our panelists on how innovation and frugality are inherently intertwined, and how innovation is affected by business and external environment factors. In fact, the experiences that they have shared, as well as insights on their organization's business initiatives, have given us so much to take back and ponder upon.
Now, we would like to invite Professor Sanjay Patro to present a memento to our esteemed panelists as a gesture of gratitude for their time and invaluable insights. So, I would like to invite Mr. Sumit Khandelwal to receive the memento. Now the placement brochure. Now I would like to invite Mr. Sujay S. to receive the memento and the placement brochure. Now I would like to invite Mr. Amarpreet Singh to receive the memento and the placement brochure. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Prabhash Nirdhay to receive the memento and the placement brochure. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Avnish Kumar to receive the memento and the placement brochure.
Thank you, Professor. If you could just stay with us for a minute. I would like to invite all the panelists from panel 1 as well as Professor Saraki to join us on stage for a photograph. A heartfelt thank you to all our panelists. Your presence and insights have truly enriched INGENIUM 5.0 and we are incredibly grateful for your time today. Let's give them a huge round of applause.
Before we move on to our tea break, we request everyone to join us outside LC2 for a group photograph. Post this, we will have a high tea for around 20 minutes and we will be back by 11:35 am sharp to begin with our next panel. Thank you.
Or let's end the chaos. Our second panel topic for the day talks about how we deal with the most crucial but often invisible aspect of a company's functioning in today's fast-paced, growth-driven and valuation-focused startup space. The topic is culture as a competitive advantage, building great places to work in startups.
In this discussion, we will be exploring how founders and leaders can purposefully shape culture to attract top talent and foster creativity. Is culture something that emerges organically or should it be deliberately designed? How do you maintain culture as your startup scales? To help us navigate these questions, we have a panel of incredible leaders who will share their experiences, challenges and best practices in crafting workplaces that inspire innovation, collaboration and long-term success.
We begin by inviting on stage our moderator for the second panel, Akansha Shekhar. Akansha is a versatile professional with over 6 years of experience. In her college days, she ran a startup to provide customized event management services for a wide range of customer budgets. She began her corporate journey as a tax analyst at EY, worked as a content strategist, and most recently worked as a startup incubator manager at the Indian Institute of Science. She has also worked closely with government, academia, and the industry to help scale startups in AI, robotics, and autonomous systems. Akansha, please join us on stage. Let us welcome her with a huge round of applause.
Now, to share their treasured insights on this critical topic, it's our pleasure to present to you all our esteemed panelists. Our first guest for the panel, Mr. Chinmay Shah, an Apple's certified trainer, tech evangelist, startup mentor, and innovation advocate. He is also the co-founder and CTO of Accomation. With a dynamic portfolio of 22 thriving startups, Chinmay is a trailblazing tech leader who blends his technical expertise with strategic vision to drive innovation and entrepreneurial success. As a sought-after mentor at prestigious institutions like IIMs and IITs, he has been a guiding force for emerging founders and future leaders. Join us in welcoming Mr. Chinmay Shah.
Our next panelist is Mr. Ajay Singh, the dynamic co-founder and CEO of Pep Sales AI. Ajay is a seasoned go-to-market and product strategist with an impressive 17-year career spanning the B2B SaaS and consumer tech sectors across India, the US, and Africa. As a driving force behind Pep Sales AI, Ajay is revolutionizing how sales teams approach discovery and deliver demos. Since its launch in 2023, Pep Sales AI has not only raised $1.1 million in pre-seed funding, it has also been recognized as one of Inc. 42's 30 startups to watch in 2024. Kindly join us in welcoming Mr. Ajay Singh. Sir, please join us on stage.
Our third panelist, Mr. Ankit Shroff, is the visionary leader behind Meraki Digital, one of the fastest growing full-service digital marketing agencies of Eastern India. Founded in 2016 with just rupees 20,000 and a 2-member team, Meraki Digital has grown exponentially, achieving a revenue of rupees 1 crore within its first 2.5 years. With a master's in advertising and design from the University of Leeds, Ankit's career spans 13 plus years, including roles at top marketing agencies in London. Meraki has won numerous awards, including being the only agency in East India to win silver and bronze at the Fox Globe Awards 2025. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Ankit Shroff.
The next panelist joining us is Mr. Satish Kadu, the dynamic founder and CEO of Optima. An alumnus of IISc and ISB, Satish is the driving force behind Optima, a globally recognized data-driven marketing partner for leading brands. With an impressive career spanning over 25 years, he has been instrumental in building and scaling brands, products, and platforms. At Optima, Satish spearheads the company's vision, strategy, and execution, enabling brands to achieve impactful growth across the marketing funnel. Please join us on stage, sir, and let us welcome him with a round of applause.
Last but certainly not the least, we have joining us today Mr. Dayashankar Verma, Senior Technical Officer, cum Programmer in the Department of Information Technology and E-Governance, Government of Jharkhand, where he has served for around 17 years. He looks at the major projects in the department such as startup, IT park, blockchain, etc. Mr. Verma is currently pursuing a PhD from IIT Ranchi. He has completed his Masters in Technology in Computer Science from Birla Institute of Technology, Mesra. Previously, he has also spent 7 years at Infosys as a project manager. Please welcome Mr. Dayashankar Verma with a round of applause. Over to you, Akanksha.
Thank you for that, Yash and Snehal, and thank you so much for being a part of this panel discussion on culture as a competitive advantage, building great places to work. I'm very honored to be a part of this because the startup space means so much to me. Before we get started, let's just go back and understand. So this morning we discussed on frugal innovation and how it fuels sustainable entrepreneurship. Now let's shift our focus to another key ingredient for innovation, especially in fast-growing startups, a strong, thriving work culture. As Brett Putter aptly puts it, Culture is what allows you to scale by providing alignment on what to do when the leaders aren't around to tell people what to do. Startups have created over 1.6 million jobs in the country, but beyond hiring, how do they build workplaces where employees feel empowered, inspired, and committed to the company's vision? Today I have with me startup leaders who build successful ventures, and I'm sure that their people and culture have played a pivotal role in driving innovation and resilience. So let's get started. So just to understand, when you're starting a startup, you have so many things to think about. So how important was it for you to define your company's culture early on in the process, and how did you define it? So we can start with you.
Well, that's Well, that's an interesting question, and it's a foundation of any company to build a culture. Unfortunately, culture is something which is invisible. You cannot deploy or dictate anybody what it is about. But what I always feel, I always invest in people rather than in product. Purpose is to make them understand what your philosophy is, how you can convert, and what is the purpose, intent. So there are few policies. What we do is open door policy. What we paint is how to, what is their intent, what are they trying to do, and the most important thing is to give ownership. Without that, nobody would like to work under you or above you. Purpose is the equality in any office or any business is very, very important. I think that is one of the reasons. It could be whatever my company is, Crescent or Starlight or Echo Mission. Purpose is whatever team we are managing almost 75 to 100 people. And purpose is each of them has my number. All of them are allowed to WhatsApp me, not call me, otherwise I would get mad. But I make sure that any communication written or email would be replied in a couple of hours.
Hi everyone. So just to quickly set the context of what we do, so that things become more easier to digest. See, we are very early stage. Pepsi's AI, in very simple terms, we are building an AI agent for B2B SaaS sales. So think about you go to a company's website and you can talk to an agent which can actually talk to you in a meaningful way, ask you some questions, understand your requirements, and based on that give you a demo of the product, right? So that's what we are building. Now we are just 1 year old. That's when we started our journey, me and my co-founder, and just 4 months back we got our first round of funding from Shirate Ventures. So now with that context, the first month when it was just me and my co-founder, we were thinking that what are the things that we need to do, right? And the first is to figure out what are we going to do, like what's the problem that we are solving. We had a fairly good understanding on the problem that we are solving because we came from AI background, tech background, sales background. So we understood the challenges that sales teams face when you're trying to sell a software, right? Because it's highly technical. So obviously, our biggest thing was that how critical is the problem that we're looking to solve? How big is the market? Who is the person who's going to fund us? Where are we going to sit? Where is the office and things like that, right? Who are we going to hire? Who's the person that is going to take a bet on us, right? Now these are all the kind of questions that you think about in the first 7 days, 30 days when you become an entrepreneur and think of building the company. And that is where it came to us that the way that we are going to think about all of these things is the culture of the company, right? So there would be, these are 7 things that we need to figure out today. There'll be 7 more things that we need to figure out next year. There'll be 100 things that we need to figure out in the next 5 years or 10 years down the line. But how are we going to think about those things, right? And the way of thinking about those things and the way that we're going to execute on those things is the culture of the company, right? So it starts with the founder, right? It starts in the day one, right? And you can't just go and tell to people that this is the culture of my company, because people will not believe you, people will not listen to you, right? So you need to do things. You need to show them, how you are doing things and how, that's how the expectation gets built. So I think that's how I will, say that we figured out the culture and everything going forward from there. Just to conclude, I think in one simple thing, the way that I look at culture of the company is, the things that you do when nobody is watching you is the culture of the company, right? So that's my thought on this.
Hello guys, good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for having me here, and it's great to be at a very prestigious institution with and even a more prestigious group of panelists. Just to give you a very quick background, I am from Iraqi, we are 8 years old, and in the simplest of terms, we are a full service digital agency, and we work with different clients. Probably some clients you guys have already worked for, considering all of you are from experienced background. In terms of the question on the floor, I think there is a colloquial term out there called agency culture. And agency culture is of course, agency culture is very, very different to what is there in different companies, of course. My background personally, I was in London for almost 7 years. I came back. And when I came back, I am from Calcutta. I came back to Calcutta after almost 15 years. So for me, the culture outside is what I was trying to emulate. But I think when I got here, I kind of realized that I'll have to unlearn what I've learned and probably start from scratch. And like he's pointed out, I think culture is what you inculcate, but then it's not something, probably at least that's my opinion, that it's not something that you can do from day one, because like it's been pointed out, culture needs to be built and it's what you push forward. I mean, when we started off with 2 people, we didn't even know what we were doing, to be very honest. And I think 8 years down the line with, say, a team of a modest 30, 40, but a very close-knit team, I think what we have realized is that agency culture isn't necessarily about, perks and, fancy lunches and things like that, which is what the Mad Men era is all about. But I think it's more about really building an environment where people want to come to work, and that's what culture is for us. The day people start disliking that, okay, this is going to be a 9 to 5 for me and I don't want to go to that office, that's where I think culture fails. And agency culture is at a very top level of a reason why a lot of young people want to work in agencies is because of the way things are and how things function in the agency. So just to give you a small context, the other day we had a client over in the office, and usually we have a very chilled out, so to say, atmosphere with a little bit of music playing and things, and the client was like, I would like to shift here and work for a few days here so that I can calm my head. But that's how we start defining things, and I think culture is what helps us put that forward. Thank you.
Hello? Yeah. Good afternoon, guys. This is Satish. I run Y Optima. We are a marketing optimization company, and we've been around since 11 plus years now. As a first-time entrepreneur starting the journey, did I think about culture on day zero? Perhaps not. But what happens is you hire your initial team where you see that there is a great degree of shared values and beliefs. Because everything around the business could change and will evolve. But over a period of time, the thing that remains largely invariant are those core values, beliefs, and principles around which you want to build your team. And so it starts like a very soft jelly initially. You don't, at least I didn't codify it on day zero at all. But initially it looks very like a gelish thing. Gradually you start realizing it is becoming hard, and that's the foundation of what you're building. And if you get it really wrong than what you really want it to be, that's the hardest thing to change as well. And so at some point in the journey, in about a couple of years, once we started hiring more aggressively, we actually codified it. We wrote it down in terms of what matters to us the most. What should this company really exhibit? And then today we have those values that we kind of not just codify, but we exhibit. We talk about it whenever we are hiring new people as well as existing folks on more regular basis too. But I think at the end of the day, it's about, on one hand, what you promote and what you show, but also what you tolerate. And so culture often is about what you tolerate and where do you draw the line, and that defines how serious you are about those values and beliefs that matter to you the most. So, long story short, I think it does become the reason people feel like coming to work, and the reason it becomes a company of people and not just a company of individuals who are just working on a particular project. So yeah, pretty critical foundation.
We've got some interesting insights, and actually Mr. Verma will give a very different perspective since he comes from the government side. He's working with a lot of startups, so maybe he'd like to share.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि आप यहाँ पे कितनी गंभीरता से हमें आप सुन रहे हैं। ये सबसे पहला कल्चर होना चाहिए। आप कितना सीरियस हैं अपने स्टार्टअप के प्रति, ये आपका सबसे पहला कदम और इनिशिएटिव होना चाहिए। और मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि सबसे पहले हमें अपनी भाषा में अपना कल्चर डेवलप करना चाहिए स्टार्टअप को ग्रो करने के लिए। जैसे चाइना में आप देखेंगे इवन उसका ब्राउज़र भी चाइनीज़ लैंग्वेज में है, वो हर कुछ कम्युनिकेशन चाइनीज़ में करते हैं, और टेक्नोलॉजी की दुनिया में चाइना को कौन नहीं जाता। आप दूसरा एग्जांपल ले सकते हैं रसिया का। रसियन हर टेक्नोलॉजीज को डिफाइन करते हैं अपनी भाषा में, अपनी मातृभाषा में। तो मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि अपनी मातृभाषा को लेकर अपने टेक्नोलॉजी और अपने स्टार्टअप को, यदि इसको अपने स्टार्टअप का एक संस्कृति कल्चर बना लेंगे तो अपने स्टार्टअप के लिए और अपने लिए आप अच्छा मुकाम हासिल कर सकते हैं। मेरा आपसे यही निवेदन होगा, क्योंकि हमको लगता है यहाँ सभी जो बैठे हैं 5 से 6 साल, जो मुझे पता चला कि आप किसी न किसी कंपनी में कार्य कर चुके हैं, कोई अपनी कंपनी को स्थापित कर चुका है, तो आपको ये एक्सपीरियंस हुआ होगा। और भाषा पे पकड़, जैसे हमने अभी सुनील सारंगी सर को सुना, प्रोफेसर सुनील सारंगी सर जो कि पहले मॉडरेटर थे, उनकी भाषा पे पकड़ मुझे बहुत ही आनंदित किया। और उन्होंने जो डिलीवरेंस दिया और जो पहले पैनलिस्ट थे, सभी ने अपनी चीज़ों को इस तरह से रखा, उससे आप लोग लाभान्वित हुए होंगे। मेरा दूसरा पर्सपेक्टिव ये है, जो मेरी अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, कि जिस भी राज्य में आप अपना स्टार्टअप करने जा रहे हैं या करने का सोचे हैं, उस स्टेट की पॉलिसी यदि स्टार्टअप में है तो उसे भी पढ़ना जरूरी है, उसे आत्मसात करके उसको क्या वो स्टेट आपको इन टर्म्स ऑफ फिस्कल और नॉन फिस्कल इंसेंटिव क्या प्रोवाइड कर रही है, इस पर भी ध्यान देना चाहिए। और चूंकि 5-6 साल एक्सपीरियंस और वो भी एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में और एक स्टार्टअप की दुनिया में आप हैं, तो आपको तो मैं खड़े होकर सलाम करना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि ये ऐसा करने का जज्बा वही कर सकता है, उसके पास होता है जो दुनिया बदल देने की ताकत रखता है। तो आप सबको सैल्यूट है।
ये अभी वो भी उस पे भी हम लोग काफी विचार करेंगे इस पे आगे लेके लेकिन just to take this conversation forward, I just wanted to understand from you, sir, Satish sir, you have worked in organizations like Microsoft and Yahoo. So, what is it that you learned about culture from there, and what did you take back, to this to your own startup?
Thanks. I think both these companies, and it's been like 18-20 years back that I was with them. So this is from 2003 to 5, and then until about 6-7 that I was with these two companies. I think the biggest takeaway for me from both the companies, which was very common, was encouraging questioning, challenging the status quo in terms of asking questions, and also being very transparent in their communication. And so there was no hierarchy of sorts that anybody could question anybody. And it was almost like ask me anything. And it was more so in Yahoo back in those days. Yahoo was almost a startup in those days. It was a very large scale startup. It was the #1 internet company in the world at that point in time. It later really had a sad ending. But Yahoo was even more of a startup in that sense, that where transparency was highly encouraged, over communication was the norm, and while pushing people to excel and build new stuff, Yahoo at some point had a lot more products that were out there which anybody could actually build and take to public without necessarily going through a whole bureaucracy of approvals. And in many ways they were promoting that culture of startup and innovation. So for me, some of the common things that I really took from there were the values of open communication, promoting people to ask any question to anybody, challenging the status quo, and improving upon the best practices. That's got to get better with time. I mean, you can't just hold best practices as sacred cows. And so for me, those were some of the values that we actually inculcated even later. And these are some of the values that were up to Matu.
I think it's quite interesting, right? Like the bigger organizations, as they grow, as they scale, how they perceive culture is slightly, tends to change. And as a startup, you have to make sure that that stays with the organization. Now, the next question I would like to ask, Mr. Ajay, I would like to ask you. You have a global clientele. You are based out of San Francisco, if I'm not wrong. So, how do you sustain a winning startup culture? Amidst so much expansion. Now that you have funding from Chirate as well.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. So how many of you are thinking of starting your own startup? Not immediately, maybe sometime in the future. Sorry? Okay, great. See, till we did not raise money, we were only thinking about raising money. Okay? And then one day, and I was always like, I'm the first time entrepreneur. I worked in different companies, but this is my first company. And, in your mind, I was always thinking that, there will be one day when you open your bank account, company's bank account, not the personal bank account, the company's bank account, and you'll see, like over $1 million which will appear in the bank account, and how would that look like, right? Because I'd never seen that, right? I don't have that much money. So that's how you were thinking, right? And I remember that day came and I opened the bank account and all the money was there. And then I was like, okay, what are we going to do now? Right? So that's the harsh reality of raising money. Money, of course, it is helpful, but it doesn't, it's not the only thing that will help you build the business, right? So again, another, harsh reality about, the culture, right? I know that the topic also includes great place to work. when you're building a startup or when you're joining a very, very early stage startup, and when I say very early stage, I mean somebody who just started 6 months back, 3 months back, 1 year back, it should be a very difficult decision that you should make in your life before joining that company. Look, I wake up at around 7. I have a 3-year-old kid. He wakes me up because he wants to go for susu and Papa needs to take him for susu. So I wake up somehow at 7 a.m. I drop him to school and then I reach office around 9:30. And I'm there till 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. every day. And then next day again, I wake up at 7 a.m. And the only time that I can see my son is when I'm waking up, dropping him to school, or when I come back at 1 a.m. and he's sleeping and I sleep next to him and I can see him sleeping. So, in the beginning, that's how the culture is. It's very long working hours, right? Because 99.99% of the startups fail to become a unicorn, to become a billion-dollar company. So if you want to become a billion-dollar company, then you are really fighting very, very slim chance. So you need to give your 200% on making everything good, right? That's the founder mindset. So the kind of people that we are looking for and we hire, see, culture is very difficult to build. Entrepreneurial mindset is very difficult to build and maintain, and all of that. So the only thing that, we have figured out what to do is hire people who have that entrepreneurial mindset. That's the easiest thing that you can do to build the entrepreneurial culture. So we have very few members in the company and we look for only those people who have that entrepreneurial mindset, who know that the extreme that we need to go to. Everybody likes Elon Musk, but this guy works for 80 hours and 8 hours a week. And that's why, this is the guy who has built 4 companies which themselves are more than multi-billion-dollar companies. I don't think that in human race that has ever happened. When I was growing up, I used to look at Steve Jobs. Now you look at Elon Musk and Steve Jobs is like a baby in front of Elon Musk, right? So it takes a lot of things to build that, and that's the culture of the company in the initial stages. I don't mean to say that that's how I am going to operate every day. It's not sustainable. So, but that's what the 0 to 1 journey looks like. After that, hopefully, you can sleep a little bit more, but you'll have more problems for sure, because you'll be raising more money, and with more money, more problems come.
For this perspective, and I think entrepreneurial mindset is something that we've spoken about at great lengths, even in our classroom discussions. We see that you need to take ownership of your own tasks. So, Mr. Chenna, I wanted to ask you a little bit more about it. You have built multiple startups, and one of your co-founders is quite young as well. So how do you manage, how do you sort of build this entrepreneurial mindset, and how do you change the direction at which the company is going?
So yes, our co-founders, there are 2 partners in Accomation. One is Marmik and one is Hitansh. Marmik is a CA and Hitansh was working for Marmik as a CA internship. But he never believed in that. He is not built to do a job. And that's the reason currently he's a co-founder with us at Accomation. All of 3 of us comes from different background. Chartered accountant, one I come from tech, and one is a product guy. So whatever strengths I have, because I built multiple startups, I know the drill of SaaS, right from incubation to we have got good exits as well. While Marvik comes from a CA background, the product Accomation what you have built, it's a data entry automation tool, and where it came out of, as they say, necessity is mother of. So that is how Marvik himself was a started accountant. For his own internship, he was not able to find intern thing, and he said, "Sir, why can't you build something like this? Just click photograph and do entry." And I said, very much achievable. We did a proof of concept, and that is how we have worked. And currently, in span of 7 months, we have almost 580 plus users. So, but all of three, coming to your question, all of generational ideas and experience matters. While I come from tech, Marvik comes from foundation CA, and Hitansh is a product head. These three are very much in sync because Marvik has his own chartered accountant full-time practice. I have multiple businesses, and we require a young chap who can manage the show, which is, and our entire team is probably below 35. So we are in that position. We are almost 22 plus people, but I don't know. Youngest would be as low as 22, and maximum would be 30.
That's a diverse.
That is a diverse.
Diversity.
Right.
Interesting. So coming to you, Mr. Ankit. So as you mentioned earlier, you are there's that whole idea about the agency culture. So how, and you build a team from 2 to 50. So how do you sort of build entrepreneurship mindset in the minds of agency workers, people working in agencies, and how does it change in the agency space?
So, like Mr. Satish was saying, I think none of us, probably at least me, I didn't have an idea about what culture I wanted to set. But I think culture is defined when probably team members who have worked with you 5 years back are going to another city and then coming back to your agency, or you're interviewing people and people who want to work, let's say at any given company, tell you that we want to work here because of the culture. And so funnily enough, I actually asked a few of them that how do you define culture? What actually is culture for you? So culture is a very different perspective. People have different ones. Somebody is about work hours, somebody is about the kind of work we do, somebody is about entrepreneurs. And to specifically answer your question, we at Meraki specifically push people to do things out of their daily work, because in an agency every day is a deadline. You're working with multiple clients, and every day you have some of the other client on your back end. I'm sure some of them are clients here. So you have people on your back, and you have your clients of same teams who are literally running around. So for example, my office specifically, like my specific cabin is more like a temple, because you literally have every 10 minutes somebody coming and asking for queries. So it's that kind of environment that we have in agencies, and it's a more of a global thing. It's not just to do with India. And in my office currently, at our agency, we have at least 7 or 8 people who are running a side business on their own. So people learn a lot of things in the agency side of things, because also we get to work on multiple clients from multiple industries. We work with healthcare, we work with apparel, we work with FMCG, we work with some really off-brand, which some of my clients might not even want to work with. For example, we work with a chemical company, or we work with a forging company. So, but the diverse experiences that we are able to get from these clients and apply it laterally to different clients, it helps inculcate that culture of actually understanding how businesses function, and that of course boosts the entrepreneurial spirit.
Entrepreneurial spirit is something that even you would probably look at as while work with startups or in the student space as well. So since you are also a part of academia, so how do you see that? How do you see that people building that, especially in the context of the startup space and today's day and age?
Yeah, thank you. It's a very interesting question. As far as my understanding is concerned related to startup, so as far as government is concerned, so we have around 107 startups which is recognized from the government of Jharkhand during last 7 to 8 years. So the first policy which we have launched, that is in 2016, and under that policy, we have selected 107 startup where we have, 15 to 22 startups. We have given to them prototyping fund, and because of some of the reason that we are facing a lot of problems to build the ecosystem within the Jharkhand and all. So again, we have come up with the policy, Jharkhand Startup Policy 2023. See some of the policies copy which we have with us. I would like to give it to you. And since few copies are there with us, so for viewing all the policies, criteria and incentive descriptions, you may go through the our portal, government portal. You can download it from there. So what I found is, most of the people, those who are working outside of India, they also would like to come to their native place. See those who are from Jharkhand, they would like to come back from their state and start their startup. So for them, we have policies like we are those who would like to start their startup in Jharkhand. So initially we are providing them 15,000 rupees as a stipend, maximum to 3 people in a single startup for 12 months. And another incentive which we are going to give them, 10 lakhs of rupees as a prototyping fund. Those startup who would like to, do something, prototyping things and all. So initially we are providing them 10 lakh of rupees, up to 10 lakhs. So as far as the startup needs and requirements. And as and when they would like to scale their product and all, for marketing assistance and grant, again we are going to give them 10 lakhs of rupees for their support to go live and sell their product. And if they are facing any problem, so we are assisting them. See, as far as the non-fiscal startup incentive is concerned, we are 3 years exemptions for GST, and apart from that, whatever the electricity bill, bandwidth and all. So there is some provisions to reimbursement for the actual bill which we startup will be provided to the government. So these are the things which are, a lot of things are there. So it is there in the policy. But actually we are helping and nurturing to the startup. For that we have a Atal Bihari Vajpayee Innovation Lab also. So that's a government incubation centers. We used to incubate the startup. But actually before that, I would like to let you understand one thing. It is very important how to recognize government startup. So what is the way and what is the path to get? So first and foremost, what basically we do is we are inviting application from the applicant through the portal. We have a portal abbbil.jharkhand.gov.in. So 3 things are very important which we are asking from the applicant, those who would like to become a startup recognition from the ACB, State Evaluation Board. First thing is what is the size of the team. Second thing, what is the ideas, innovative ideas upon which we are going to build the startup. And third, the legal entity, whether you are having private limited company under Companies Act 2013 or else partnership firm, and even OPC also we are allowing 1% company also. So we see in the initial level your applications, ideas would be evaluated by the ABBIL, and they screened all the ideas and they give it to the ACB. state evaluation board which we have, that is under the startup policy 2023. And before ACP, you have to present your ideas. And if they select, they need to have some parameters to be selected, your ideas. And they select, then 60 days will be provided to the people, I mean applicant, those who are not having any legal entity, for the creation of the legal entity. The first criteria should be that they should have the ROC within the state. I mean any capital, I mean any district of the state of Jharkhand. That's the first criteria. Then only we are recognizing the startup of within the Jharkhand. So these steps which by which we are going to select the and recognize the startup, and once they would recognize as a Jharkhand government startups, then they would be eligible to, we are providing them a certificate like a DPIIT is providing, that's a central one. But the state is also recognizing and giving the certificate to the startup, and thereafter they would be eligible to get the incentives as per as the Jharkhand Startup Policy 2023 is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those insights. I mean, there are a lot of us who are looking to build startups, and we're just trying to find a way, to get started. And this is a great insight on that. Now, I just wanted to, understand from all of you that we want to, as a startup, you want to create a space to encourage creative problem solving and challenge conventional thinking. But you are faced with the constraints of time and wanting to get a lot of things done. So how do you sort of foster a space where innovation can thrive in such an environment?
I think conventionally people say that let's reward problem solvers, right? Those who solve problems. We believe that great entrepreneurship or that entrepreneurial mindset is not just about solving the problem, but finding the problem in the first place. Entrepreneurs, by design, are problem finders. Solving problem is the logical next step. And so we at Optima have put the highest premium on people finding problems rather than people just solving problems. So we say that if we were to recognize you for your performance, then what initiatives you take beyond what is assigned to you, down to the junior-most person, and not just taking that initiative, but actually having the bias for action to go ahead, solve it, execute it, is what's highly celebrated in the company culture. And in a way, we found that becoming a good, kind of a cultural aspect that people then start seeing that problem finding is what's really encouraged. Whether you're finding that problem in an area, broadly within our line of business, or even around things that have been otherwise held very sacrosanct as a best practice, doesn't matter. Question everything and find problems with everything. And then we decide whether that's a problem worth going after or not. But that's one way we kind of encourage people to take initiatives. Beyond that, we genuinely, deliberately have some time out that we take on every Friday for some time, or at least monthly once, where we call it Friday Fun Days, where people are encouraged to find problems with anything that's going on. Whether it's a campaign that's running, whether it's some process that we're following. And so that dedicated time is to, it's not just that people are thinking only that during that dedicated time, but it's to actually act as a reminder that, hey, we really encourage this, where you go back and find problems with whatever that might be. By and large, we encourage people to ask questions. We believe that the best of the talent doesn't have good answers, and it's okay. But the best of the talent has great questions. And it's really through questions that you build, nurture your curiosity and push the envelope forward.
I agree with what sir said. There are two things what we do in our organizations. One is we do play devil's advocate, whatever we ask them to, and then only counter it. Parallelly, we do fintech hackathons internally and try to give whatever possible challenges in different domains. And homes the way the best way out of that. That also helps us a lot to come up with some innovative ideas.
So, since you're talking about two things, so one is, what we do is, we have, for example, engineering folks, and then we have folks in sales and marketing, right? These are two important things in the beginning of the business. So we make sure that every engineering person is sitting in the sales call, so that they can see when the salesperson is giving a demo and it is not working, why it is not working. Similarly, on the software side, we don't have any testers. So the sales and marketing people, they test the product, everything, to figure out the bugs in the product and what is not working. And that's how they learn, what is there actually in the product itself. So that is one thing. Second thing is that we do a monthly town hall, like last Friday of the month. And that's where, we try to gather our thoughts on not what we are doing, but how the world is changing. And the last one that we did was very interesting. So, and Professor was also talking about this. Last 10 days, 4 events have happened. Donald Trump did a press conference where along with him there was Sam Altman, Masayoshi Son, Larry Ellison, and they announced that $500 billion of investment is going to be made in AI infrastructure, right? Which means that the cost of LLM and cost of AI should drastically come down. So that was one thing that happened. OpenAI launched their own model, which has a chain of thought reasoning, which means that the AI LLM can reason the way that human being reason. So imagine the way that you guys think about things, AI can think about things now, right? And then, we had DeepSeek, which literally meant that now you can go and download the LLM in your laptop. It's couple of MBs, and you have LLM in your local storage, local host, and you can do whatever you want to do. So in this town hall, we said the world is changing so fast, and we have just started around 6 months back or so. We need to change ourselves so that we can be relevant. So if a company like us, which is just 6 months, 1 year old, and thinking that the world is changing so fast, if we don't do things that is going to happen 3 years now, 4 years from now, we would not be relevant anymore. Think about the companies which started 2 years back, 5 years back, 10 years back, 20 years back, right? What do they need to think about for the future?
Yeah, just our previous panelist has said a very correct thing, and one thing I would like to tell you the important and latest trends as far as the AI perspective is concerned, and one more important thing is you need to work and start a startup in the field of cybersecurity. It's also booming field, and I think that you need to catch up to the latest requirements. Sir said a very nice thing that problem statement, finding the problem statement is very important rather than to proving and solving the task. Solving the task, it's quite easy once you have got a good problem statement. So actually, since I'm a PhD research scholar, so I'm finding one thing, because my area is machine learning, and I'm working in the agriculture domain from IIIT. This is my research going on. So what I'm finding that in agriculture, very less work has been accomplished as of now, as far as the technology is concerned. So a lot of scopes are there to do something good in agriculture field. So what I am trying to solve the problem is how to detect the diseases from the paddy plant using advanced machine learning technology. So I think that you as and panelists said that choose a good problem statement, work consistently as you can, because consistency is the best way to find the good problems, and afterwards a lot of things is there to solve that problem. Because nowadays people are finding the solutions, but for what? For solving the societal problems. And apart from all those things, one important things which government of India has announced. You might have heard that National Quantum Mission is going to be established. Already has been established by the government of India. In the in a similar fashions, government of Jharkhand is also going to set up a state quantum mission. So I think a lot of those who would like to relate it to quantum, related startup to start with. So I think government is also going to facilitate. So in near future, there, because in that regard, the people come from the DRDO, DOT, and IT Delhi, and one startup is also those who are doing in startup in the field of quantum. They had already come in Jharkhand, and they would like to meet to the people, higher bureaucracies and all. So let's see that how it works out. So in a nutshell, I would like to let you understand that. So you have to rethink for the genuine problem, and thereafter you think for the solutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's a very interesting insight. Now coming to you, Mr. Ankit, we were discussing right before we started that you have asked your clients not to, you've asked your employees not to work on Saturdays, which was earlier a part of the the norm. So how do you get a buy-in from the client sides, right? Like there are a lot of things, a lot of expectations. So when you're building a strong culture, how do you get a buy-in from the clients? How do you set that expectation?
At the risk of another LND happening, but this insight actually is coming from the fact. So I was in the UK, like I said, and the UK has a very simple work culture of starting at 9 and ending at 6. You want to work ahead more than 6, most welcome to, but that's not what they encourage over there, and they strictly have Saturday, Sundays off. You're working, that's your own choice. Of course, when I came here, I realized that that is not something that I'll be able to emulate here. So initially when we started off, and very proudly we were 5 days working, and then we shifted to alternate Saturdays, and that was a shift in its own, because you're working with a set of clients and you're telling them that yeah, we're open 5 days a week, and then suddenly you tell them okay, 2 days a week you're off, and then suddenly one day you announce okay, we're off for all Saturdays in a month. So what has happened over time is clients of course are very used to us being there, and having that thin line between yes, we are working or we are not working. Even though people who work in agencies, they pretty much know that if there is a brief that comes in, which it does on a Friday evening at 5 o'clock, then we have to work. And I think you will know this better as well, because if we're from similar domains. So and like any other industry, marketing doesn't sleep, unfortunately, especially in the era of social media, because the moment you have something going down, you have a client at 7 in the night or 9 in the night that ye ho gaya, isko bhai theek karo. So it's that, and with digital and especially with moment marketing and cultural days, there is no day that is empty. Whether you have India in the World Cup, whether it's going to lose or win, you have 2 posts ready. They're ready to go, and that's what is there for each client. So we have to draw a thin line. We don't encourage, but of course, like everyone here knows that clients are king for us. So we do service clients, but at times, we have to push the envelope and kind of draw the thin line of saying no. And I think what has happened is when you kind of do that over time, then clients understand, they also start understanding and they don't push you. But when we have to deliver, we do. I mean, when there are campaigns that are going live, then we are available. And that's what I think agency culture is.
That's good to know that the agency, the definition of agency culture is changing. Now coming to you, Mr. Ajay, you are an investor at Healthy Sure, you have backed them. How significant was company culture in your decision-making process, aside from the financial considerations?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the story is, I'm not a very prolific angel investor. I don't have that much money, which I wish I had. So I've just invested in few, but Healthy Sure is very interesting. So the way that it happened is, before starting this company, I was working for a company called Quest Corp, which is one of the world's largest, staffing company, and we are listed in India, about $2.5 billion in revenue, and I was building their, digital business from grounds up. So they gave me a CEO title, which was a very glorified thing because I was one person and asked to do something to build a business, right? So, and that's where, I had, no choice because I was not having any resources. And this was the first lockdown of COVID. So Modi ji announced that, we have to stay at home, and I joined Quest. That's how it happened. And the world has completely changed. So I somehow figured out that I could figure out 6 interns from ISB, which is where I went for my MBA, to work with me for 6 months for free. And one of that guy was the guy who eventually started Healthy Sure, and he helped me to build the business in Quest. And when he started his startup, I put the first check. I think the reason I put that check on him is because I could see the kind of dedication, the kind of perseverance, the kind of problem-solving attitude that he had, and the way that he worked in that atmosphere. So yeah, you're absolutely right. See, the idea is always, you're always taking bet on a person, right? Not an idea, not a problem, not a solution. You're always taking a bet on a person. And in that person, the culture is what you're looking for, right? You're looking for that soft part of that person, that what drives him, what makes him excel. And once you figure that out, because you know that this is the guy who is going to build the culture of the company, and the way that he is or she is, they are going to build the culture of the company in the way that they operate. And that's what essentially you are taking bet on. So yeah, nutshell, I didn't care about the idea. The only thing that I cared about is the person and the way that he operates.
One of the things I look for when I'm doing angel investment, and I've invested in a couple of dozen, is this entrepreneur in love with the problem he's solving, or his solution, or her solution? I think entrepreneurs who are in love with their solution find it harder to then switch when they have to actually pivot, versus the ones who are actually much more excited about the problem. Solutions can keep changing. Along the way, you're going to keep redefining, and perhaps your solution today to your solution some other day is going to completely change. And so, are you in love with the problem, or are you in love with the solution? One. And two, how open are you for feedback in general? I think the best people generally are very open to feedback. So those are some of the things that.
You, Mr. Chinmay, again, you have run so many different, diverse startups. I think 20 for the last 20 plus years, you've been building and scaling startups. So how do you sustain, again, like what is it that, when you are hiring someone, what is it that you look for? And, how can culture play, this is a question for everyone, how can culture play a pivotal role in sort of attracting good talent?
Yeah, so as I initially mentioned, I largely look products and not into, you know, profile or education, what doesn't matter. One good thing or what my primary thing is, I hire most of the heads only who have done business in past. Little entrepreneurship skills that they could have failed for some reason or another or due to whatever reason. So that ownership comes from within. Parallelly, what they do is they add a value. I always am very strong in giving ESOPs. So it's they who are driving the show. I am only in backend. That incentivization matters to everyone, to be honest. It's not only about money, but it's about open freedom, how they can work, as well as whatever sales they bring, they get a handsome percentage of it. So this couple of things which are the heads of the company. Rest of course the team, those team is taken care by HR. But we work only with 3 people. One is HR, one is CFO, and one is the CEO. These 3 are hired by me. Rest everybody can be managed.
Yeah, I think see, it's very difficult to find the people that you want to hire, but the easy part is that people will find you. So there is a story here. We went to one college to hire folks in engineering because that's what we were looking for in the beginning. And we shortlisted a couple of people, and there was one student who messaged me on LinkedIn saying that, I did not get shortlisted, but I want to meet you because I am the perfect guy that you're looking for. And I'm like, okay, how can you not meet that guy who says that, I'm the perfect guy? Because I don't even know who is the perfect person for me. So we went to that college, we interviewed all the people who had applied, and then, we met him. And I'm like, okay, so what do you want to do? And it was a BTech in engineering, okay? And this guy was like, I want to do product design. And I'm like, dude, we are here to hire coders. We don't have a role for product design. We don't have that requirement at all. And he said, no, you require a product design guy. And he studied our website. He built the prototype of, our product, and he showed to me. And I was like, wow, this is very impressive. And then I was like, what are you doing in engineering? Like, you should have been in design school, because when we go and hire for UX design, product design, we'll go to an ID, we'll go to all the design schools. And then he told me that, he had actually applied for an ID and he had got admission in an ID. But his parents told him not to go there and instead do engineering, because they thought that by design, if he goes into design, probably he will not find out a job. And if he goes into engineering, then he'll find out a job, right? He'll get a job. So, these are those outliers, misfits who are there somewhere. They want to do what they want to do, and they'll come to you and they'll say that, hey, I'm the perfect guy that you are looking for, and this is what I've done. So these are the driven people who will find you. It's very difficult for a company to find people, but it's very easy for right people to find you, is what I believe. Somebody said, Amar was there, he said manifest. I manifest that every day, that good people find me. That's how we can build more easily.
So, do misfits have a place at Meraki and why optimize as well?
I think any agency is a place for misfits. The whole agency culture is misfits, and you will see that most of the people we hire, there are no set qualifications for us. There are people from various diverse backgrounds. Somebody is into music, somebody is into art, somebody is into mechanics, somebody is into this or that, and that's what makes an agency tick. The tribe that comes in an agency is more very diverse. And like he said, I think you don't need to go ahead and find people. If you are building something that is meaningful and people find meaning in that, they are going to come and find you. So a few days back, I was interviewing someone, and there's this girl who would come for a specific role, and she kind of mentioned that, I've applied 3-4 times and I haven't gotten through, and this and that. And I was like, why did you not get through? Did you ever try finding out? So she mentioned that I think the way she was applying was not correct. And when I say that, what exactly I mean is that I think when we filter out applications, specifically in an agency, you know, we're not really looking for a covering letter and a CV and something that spells out this is what I do, this is what I experience in, and yeah, this and that. I think in an agency life, you get various types of applications, and these are the misfits. There was an application we got a few days back, which was a postcard, which had someone's photo on it, and it said slap a brief on my face. And that was from a creative person, because he said, just give me a creative brief, I'll solve the problem for you. So these are the kind of applications we get, and that's what you know is what agency life is. It's full of misfits. People who don't want to go into conventional careers often end up in agencies, and then they do various things that you wouldn't think of. And the beautiful part about an agency is, you know, we create roles day in and day out. We just invent them because there's nothing that fits our remit of things.
Yeah, I think totally. I mean, I think it takes only crazy people to join startups by and large. You've got to be crazy enough to join a company that extracts a lot from you. The work-life balance, you know, at least initially doesn't exist. Over a period of time it gets built. I would say at Optima today we are far more balanced in that sense, but that was not the case until about a few years back. So the company that's taking so much from you, not necessarily paying the best of the market salary, and it's not a brand that you're going to celebrate on your resume necessarily in the early days until the brand really becomes big. So I think it does take crazy people to join the early journey for sure. And I would say people who do join then are either coming from referrals, and that's again where your culture stands out, because only when people really enjoy being with you, they are going to refer their friends, and so best hires are anyways through referrals. In fact, one thing we always look for, if there's only one question we were to ask in our quarterly pulse, that's basically, would you refer your friend? And if the answer to that question is great, basically that's your NPS. There is no other question perhaps that even needs to be asked. So one is it comes from referral. Or it comes because people have seen that there is amazing learning-led growth that you see. So startups offer you amazing learning curve. And then the third thing is, and not necessarily in that order, is impact, opportunity to create impact. So when people realize that these are, at least those people, who come because of these motivational factors, then it's relatively easy to hire them. And like Ajay was saying, they find you almost rather than just you finding them. And at Optima for the last year or so, we in fact now have created a screening question of sorts almost, where if somebody is joining, we are already trying to do through a form, figure out some cultural indicators about those people. So that has now become our centralized repository, and we ask certain set of questions through which we first see whether this is even a cultural right fit for us or not.
Very correct things, what our panelists said. इसमें मुझे एक छोटी सी बात कहनी है कि जब भी हम किसी को रिक्रूट करने जाते हैं तो आप देखेंगे एक प्रश्न पूछा जाता है, टेल मी अबाउट योरसेल्फ। ये प्रश्न आपके व्यक्तित्व को जानने के लिए काफ़ी होता है। एक इंटरव्यू करने वाले लोगों को सिर्फ ये चाहिए कि आप बिहेवियर वाइज कैसे हैं। और मुझे जहाँ तक जानकारी है कि टेक्नोलॉजी जानने वाले का रिट्रेचमेंट, अगर नहीं कोई टेक्नोलॉजी में साउंड है तो उसे कंपनी से हो सकता है कि आपको ट्रेनिंग देकर और इम्प्रूव किया जा सकता हो। आप अच्छे नहीं हैं किसी टेक्नोलॉजी में तो उसको सिखाया जा सकता है। टाइम स्पैन 6 महीने में हो सकता है, 1 साल में सिखाकर आपको ट्रेन किया जा सकता है। लेकिन हर स्टार्टअप कंपनी या बड़ी से बड़ी कंपनी कोई आपको ट्रेनिंग देकर आपके बिहेवियर को नहीं सुधार सकता। तो आप देखे होंगे 80% जो कंपनियों में रिट्रेचमेंट होता है जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ एम्प्लॉयज बिहेवियर। अगर आप टेक्नोलॉजी में अच्छे हैं तो उसको तो ट्रेनिंग देकर आपको हैंड्स ऑन किया जा सकता है, काम लिया जा सकता है। तो हमको ऐसा लगता है मैम मुझे ऐसा मानना है, मेरा मानना है कि बिहेवियर और लाइक ऑफिस डेकोरम एथिक्स पे भी स्टार्टअप को काम करना चाहिए, इसको अपने कल्चर में लाना चाहिए जो भी स्टार्टअप करते हैं। जैसे प्रधानमंत्री जी का सपना है कि हम जॉब सीकर्स ना बने, जॉब गिवर्स बने। तो ऐसे भारत सरकार हो, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया हो या गवर्नमेंट ऑफ झारखंड स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हो, कोई भी 100% आपको एम्प्लॉयमेंट नहीं दे सकता है। तो फिर हमें मूव करना है स्टार्टअप के लिए। अभी का न्यूज़ आप लोगों ने सुना होगा कि प्रीवियसली स्टार्टअप के लिए 10 करोड़ का प्रोत्साहन के लिए फंड रखा गया था बजट में। इस बार उसे दुगना कर दिया गया है। इसकी नेसेसिटी को देखते हुए इसे 20 करोड़ कर दिया गया है। तो हमें लगता है कि इससे और बढ़ावा देने के लिए आप जैसे लोगों को आगे आना चाहिए। और हम चाहते हैं आप थोड़ी देर के लिए इमेजिन कीजिए, यूएस में जितने लोग काम करते हैं टेक्नोलॉजी में या कुछ स्टार्टअप भी वहां करते हैं, कंपनियां भी चला रहे हैं, सब के सब अगर वापस इंडिया आ जाए तो इंडिया का इकोनॉमिक्स बदलेगा कि नहीं बदलेगा? या वो इनोवेशन जो वहां करते हैं अगर अपने यहाँ करें तो इकोनॉमी भी बदलेगी, मेरा ऐसा मानना है। तो एक्चुअली स्टेट गवर्नमेंट भी एज अ झारखंड गवर्नमेंट इज कंसर्न, हम चाहते हैं कि जो यूएस में है, कनाडा में है, यूके में है और वो जो स्टार्टअप करना चाहते हैं और जो अपने घर वापस आना चाहते हैं और अपने घर में वापस आकर स्टार्टअप करना चाहते हैं, गवर्नमेंट प्रोएक्टिवली उनके लिए पॉलिसी बनाई है। कुछ ऐसी कंपनियां जो ऑलरेडी स्टार्टअप नहीं भी हैं और आईटी फील्ड में काम करना चाहती हैं, डेटा सेंटर के फील्ड में काम करना चाहती हैं, या फिर उन्हें बीपीओ या बीपीएम पॉलिसीज के तहत काम करना है, तो हमारे पास झारखंड आईटी डेटा सेंटर बीपीओ इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रमोशन पॉलिसी 2023 भी है, जो कि ऑलरेडी जो 10 साल या 15 साल कंपनी रन कर चुके हैं वो भी आकर गवर्नमेंट से इंसेंटिव्स और लाभ ले सकते हैं और अपना कंपनी सेटअप कर सकते हैं झारखंड में भी। हम लोग झारखंड को इस कदर आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं आईटी के फील्ड में, आईटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के फील्ड में या स्टार्टअप के फील्ड में। हम जैसे जब स्टार्टअप का झारखंड में नींव डाला जा रहा था, उस समय से लेकर अब तक मैं झारखंड गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से स्टार्टअप प्रोजेक्ट देख रहा हूँ 2016 से अब तक। पहले हम लोगों ने नॉलेज पार्टनर के रूप में IIM अहमदाबाद को लिया था। अभी हम लोग नॉलेज पार्टनर के रूप में किसी न किसी इंस्टीट्यूशंस जो कि हमें स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम को झारखंड राज्य में मजबूती देने में हमें सहयोग करेगा, उसके सर्च में भी है हम लोग और जल्दी ही हम लोग इसको करेंगे। और मुझे विश्वास है कि स्टेट ऑफ झारखंड स्टार्टअप की दुनिया में 2028 जो हमारा पॉलिसी कहता है, हम देश के अग्रणी राज्यों में से एक होंगे। थैंक यू।
Personally looking forward to that myself, to see Jharkhand as one of the leaders in the startup space. So now coming to the next question, coming back to we were talking about culture. One thing that I wanted to understand, Mr. Satish, from you is that while we've spoken at length about how we can build a good culture, has culture ever been a limitation for you? Or how within the organization has culture ever played a setback in what you were doing, and how do you counter that?
Has culture become a limitation or a setback? I would say not really. But I think your culture is in the form of some core values and beliefs which remain intact, but how it's expressed, or you have to evolve as you have as the organization scales, as it grows, things that earlier were sacrosanct to you has to give way to the next way of evolution. For example, I think two things. One, there was definitely a setback at some point which I'll talk about. Not because of the culture, but thanks to the culture, that setback had to be addressed rather. But I would say before that, for example, work-life balance. In the initial journey of Optima, which is the 0 to 1 journey, and I believe we are in the 1 to 10 journey now, in the initial journey, you're primarily, celebrating working non-stop. And not just celebrating, that's what you got to do. You are awake till late. Ajay was talking about his lifestyle. I think I've gone through that lifestyle myself as well. And you rarely push back clients if they are expecting you to be working 24/7. Because you as a founder pretty much live that way. You expect your team to work that way. And that's why you also are quite okay with clients who are expecting you to be 24/7. One of India's largest B2C e-commerce brands was our client back in those days. And it was our largest client. We were getting amazing addition to the revenue and profitability. And they almost sucked us in. It was 24/7. We would get a call at, let's say, Saturday 8:30 p.m. That Sunday 12 noon is a board meeting. We need all the analysis of everything that we've done historically. And at some point it started really getting to us. But we were routinely okay with that. We were not really pushing back. But gradually, as you evolve, you realize that work-life balance or imbalance was not really your culture. It was just part of the practices that initially were required at some point, but at some point it just doesn't scale. You're screwing up everyone's health, including yours, including your teams, and gradually even the culture starts to becoming then kind of toxic. And you're all doing that because the client is demanding, and that's one of your largest clients and so on, but at some point you draw the line. Clients are not kings, I would say. Clients are kings makes you operate in a master-slave relationship. And at some point we just say, no, stop. We are not slaves to a master. We are partners. We are working in your journey to contribute to your growth journey. And I think it was that particular client which actually made us go back to the drawing board and really ask ourselves, is this how we are really going to scale? This might be a very Indian style of operating, by the way, because even I work with the international companies like he and haven't seen something like that. Right? But you get used to it, and at some point you just get carried away, and then we put a stop to it. And so we went back and we said, maybe this was never really should have been a part of our culture. Maybe it was not a culture at all any which way. These are not the core values and beliefs that you want to live by, which is work 24/7, screw up your health, and this cannot continue forever. Basically, yes, there are phases when you are going to have to do that, but at some point you evolve. And so this is one aspect of. It's not really culture in the first place, it's more like you needed to do it that way and you kind of evolve. So certain things about your culture got to evolve. So while we still encourage today and highly promote being action oriented, problem solving, speed, urgency, all of that, you got to build some boundaries and some constraints. And so within which you operate. The other thing not related to this point at all was an incident when we had somebody fairly mid-senior level who joined us. And over a period of time, we started seeing that this person, brought in the bad vibes. And it was almost against what we stand for as a culture. We stand for transparency. Transparency means being open to say something on my face that you feel comfortable saying on my back. And me here is anybody, right? That's transparency. Transparency is about questioning everything, and suddenly we were now seeing that it was leading to a very gossiping culture, negative vibes. People who did not have a problem also got drawn in, and now they were the victims of the negative vibe and so on, and particularly the impressionable minds. The mid and senior level people don't get impressed by this, but the junior ones can easily get drawn, and some of these bad apples also tend to be more confidants rather than mentors, which means they are largely talking about gossiping, they are not necessarily developing you, the junior person. And so as soon as we got to know of it, we took the right actions that were needed, and I think in a way that's how you really protect your culture. Removing misfits that are cultural misfits got to be done early. Once you see it, you talk to that person, you understand first what's going on, and if you don't see the behavior changing, kill it. And so got to be ruthless about removing misfits in that sense, cultural misfits.
Have you had similar experiences, Mr. Chinmay and Mr. Anjay, regarding, the culture and being working together?
Yeah, this is part and parcel of routine. It's not what you expect, but there are some elements like that. But there are ways and means to eradicate as well. There are always some notorious people in each classroom, each boardroom, and each offices as well. But there's a way of getting things done, try to sort it out in person. If it's not suitable, if it's repetitively done, we have to take harsh action.
I'm sorry, I'm preempting the question that will come to. I believe culture as a concept needs to be codified, right? Because otherwise everything goes back and everything is culture and nothing is culture. So I look at culture from the x-axis and the y-axis. On the x-axis is leadership behavior, right? What I call a sharp elbowed culture on the negative axis and a warm chested culture on the positive axis. And similarly, there is a y-axis of culture as well, what I call the performance axis. On the negative axis is ambiguous goals, and on the positive axis is ambitious goals. So then you get on the right hand side an innovator's culture, right, where highly ambitious but highly warm-chested organization, where 70 hours doesn't matter because work is play, right? You can't do it perpetually, but you got to do it on many occasions to really scale your startup. And then you also have the sharp elbowed but highly ambitious organizations, right? We have clarity of, and they also try. What I call them the producers organization. So they will produce great things, but they will never innovate really, because people are not really clued into doing it for the purpose of doing it. So codification of culture is important. What happens is organizations tend to call everything culture, and then there is no clear definition of what is it that we are trying to build. I'm assuming that all of these gentlemen here are trying to build a highly ambitious but a warm organization, which basically means that when you come into work at 12 midnight once in a while, you are doing it because you are drawn by the purpose, not because the sharp elbowed manager is pushing you to do it. Similarly, this example of clients making you work at midnight, I remember one of my most successful clients. I worked from 9 a.m. in the morning to 8 p.m. with another client, and these founders were also working from 9 a.m. to 8 a.m. And then from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m., then from 8 p.m. in the evening to 4 a.m. in the morning, we actually worked on the visioning exercise for this organization. And we were all extremely excited about it on that particular day till 4 a.m. We were all full of energy. So nobody was pushing us in a negative cultural dimension of there is no work-life balance. We were doing it because we were purpose-led. Can we do it for 250 days? Of course not. You will die of a stroke, right? But you can do it on 20 occasions that year and really make things count. Thank you so much. I thought I'll draw this in.
I think it's like a marathon with many sprints. So much gap.
Thank you so much. I mean, that was also very interesting insight as to how the different dimensions of culture can be visualized. So now I would like to open the floor to my classmates, my batchmates, and get their perspectives and questions.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for your amazing insights. My name is Kavya Agrawal, and I have been an entrepreneur myself for 5.5 years. So I absolutely could relate to whatever you have been saying. When we are talking in terms of culture, and we understand, of course it takes a lot of time. So you as leaders, what do you think, how much of flexibility you would like to give the users? Like you said, you would let them come to you and pick the right person for it. If they are working on their own and if they are taking responsibility for what they are doing, are you willing to give them a free space to work in their own timelines and their own thought process to come up with something meaningful? Thank you.
I think I don't know about others, but specific to agencies, because that's what we operate in. I think we encourage that. We encourage people to work in their own environment. In fact, we tell people that if you're not being able to do something in office, please go out, sit in a cafe, sit wherever the hell you want, but do what you need to do. Because the problem with per se working in an environment like ours is there is a lot of discussion, etc. And at times you need your own piece to come up with ideas. Of course, it's a collaborative process, but unfortunately or fortunately, the industry we are in, we are time bound with certain things. So we try and find a mid ground where we are able to do both. So it's not that we want to restrict people, but of course there are timelines. But the idea is to give people their own space to actually foster basically good ideas.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I want to add one other thing to that. I think initially when you are pre-revenue, you're by and large everybody's in the build mode. But once you are in revenue and you have clients and they are demanding and you have more and more clients, gradually a good part of your team becomes extremely operational. So there are some teams that are working on the future, but majority of your team is really addressing current needs of your customers, right? Extremely operational. And the bane of operational life is that you, over a period of time, your DNA starts to become only reactive. Which means you work only when somebody comes to you and is asking something. That's how customer success is. And the client is always breathing down your neck, asking one thing after the other. And the operations team by and large is responding and reacting. We've seen that this operations team, when there are slack times, maybe because this big client is currently not with you anymore, and suddenly there is a slack, or there is a bench bandwidth. I've seen that these people are clueless what to do, because they got so used to what I call as receptionist mindset, that they only respond when there was something asked of them. And so if in a situation like this, you do not encourage taking initiatives, going beyond what is told of you, or figuring out your own ideas, then this is going to die. And so it's only logical that you've got to have, got to be encouraging people to take initiatives, find time for that, figure out some ways of making that work. Maybe if it's not consistent, it's okay, but so long as you make it part of the way people work and you celebrate taking initiatives, you will make sure that your teams are constantly thinking one step ahead or even 3 steps ahead and not only solving what is asked of them. And it's only logical that your business should evolve that.
Hello sir, my name is Yash Khandode. I have worked in IT service industry for 5 years. One of the things that we came here was that I came here for that the culture that we saw in the IT MNCs versus the culture that we have in, let's say, product companies. So my question is for Satish sir. As we have seen that when the deliverers were about to come from the client side, the on-site person would say that something needs to be done in 2 days. He would give us a day of timeline, and when the estimate had to be done, it would be otherwise, that for something that can be done in 1 day, we would say 2 days. So I think in MNCs the process is given very much importance, and in startup space we focus more on performance. But startup also goes to from introduction to maturity and growth phase. So how do we balance the process and performance together so that the culture stays but the performance is also not impacted?
I don't know whether I'll have necessarily a good answer to your question, but let me attempt that. I think there are a few things that large companies, fairly established companies, almost live by. And in startups, you almost have to put that logic upside down. For example, there's a classic saying that don't fix it if it's not broken. Right? That's true for a very large company in some ways. But if you only live by that mantra, then you've basically discouraged problem finding in some ways. That since it's working fine, chalta hai, let it be. It's called the hard fact, right? And then you are discouraging people from actually still figuring out problems in things that are otherwise working well. And so in startups, we actually take that mantra upside down and we say, boss, everything is questionable, everything can be made better. Of course, it's about the effort versus the impact of it, and then you take a look at it. But that's one thing that we genuinely discourage, so to say. As in, we don't have this saying that don't fix it if it's not broken. Everything can be done better or differently. Of course, then it's a function of how ingenious your solution is versus how big the problem is. The other thing is, many large companies go with under commit and over deliver. We at Vioptima actually think that's not really something we want to live by. We rather say, put a stretch goal. It's okay if you under deliver, but at least you going in, stretch yourself, and then because of that, you set a target that's much beyond what you think is even feasible. But often, because those targets were stretch targets, people end up actually doing them and going even beyond them too. So internally, our mantra is put a stretch target. It's okay if you fail or if you under deliver. But if there is a client expectation against it, then of course the project manager team will make sure that there is a buffer that's put there. Right? But so there are some of these principles from large companies that we typically put them upside down in smaller or fast-growing companies. I don't know if I answered your question.
Thank you.
One other thing I would say is there is this thing about celebrate making mistakes and so on. We say that we would celebrate your mistakes only if you share it with everybody openly, because that's when it becomes wisdom. So generally our internal mantra is, if you make mistakes and you learn from it, anybody will do that, nothing great about it. If you learn from others' mistakes, even better. If you make mistakes or learn from others' mistakes, but then you share it with everybody, so we have something called wisdom at Vioptima, and we encourage people to share that. That's when we celebrate it, because then it becomes collective wisdom.
Hi sir, I'm Rahul. So I have a question, two questions here. So even when I was reaching out to startups to onboard them, right? One question was, how do founders, in founders' mindset, when do you guys actually think that you have moved from a startup into a full-time business or an established business? That is one thing. There are terms like, you reach a certain, revenue or certain employee status or something, but from a mindset perspective, how do you define yourself? Another thing is, how do you get that into your culture? When I say employment culture, because most often we see startups have a different culture than established business. So when you get into the transition phase, right, how do you kind of make this change happen within the firm as well?
Is this question for me? Otherwise,
no, it's open for
anybody wants? I think urgency and sense of urgency remains the default, even if you are growing. If that doesn't become if that changes and you suddenly become too settled and too comfortable with your laurels, you get into a maintenance mindset, and maintenance is death. Growth is survival. So on one hand, you really don't want to go to that stage, not in terms of your scale and revenue, but in terms of the way you operate, where you become too settled and you are only guarding and defending what you have and not building further beyond. So on one hand, you really don't want to get to that way of operating style, but you want to make it sustainable. So like I had earlier said, you cannot work 24/7 forever. Yes, there are stretches when you work that way. But coming to the first part of your question, I think you typically move on when either you now start realizing that there is good money in the bank that you can take the next level bets on, and or you've built the next level of leadership where you now feel far more comfortable that this next level of leadership does not just have the skills, but the founder's mindset that they have been able to inculcate with you, without you whatsoever. And that's when you really feel comfortable about passing on the baton in many ways, without necessarily giving all the keys of the castle, but substantially handing it over and creating the next level of leadership, at which point it gives you the freedom then to focus on the next level of growth or taking some of the other non-linear bets that you are not able to take while still growing what you currently have. So I think in many ways it starts happening when you start to see the next level of leadership really taking over in a big way, and they operating autonomously, both in their own minds as well as because of the autonomy that you've been able to give them and the comfort and trust that you've been able to build.
we can wrap up this discussion. Thank you so much for coming here and sharing your valuable insights. A lot that we've learned about building an entrepreneur mindset and what it takes to help startups succeed. So a lot of valuable insights there, and most importantly, how innovation can sustain in a growth-driven startup through culture. So I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our panelists. You've come with a sheer passion to think big, and you've shared your valuable insights and experiences. Thank you so much to the audience as well for engaging with us. As we move forward, let us continue to embrace the entrepreneurial mindset to grow and thrive. Thank you all for joining today's discussion.
Thank you. Well, the gamut of experiences and perspectives that our esteemed panelists have brought to this discussion has been refreshing. We have gotten an in-depth view of how the startup ecosystem is driven by a robust people and work culture underneath all the intensity and the high performance orientation. Snehal, I spent a year working as a community and client manager at 91 Springboard, a co-working space. And in that building full of budding and new entrepreneurs and established entrepreneurs, the environment was electric and full of innovation and collaboration. Today, I was taken back to those days. Despite the fact that many of us may have some experience working with or dealing with startups, somewhere in our lives, I'm sure each and every person here was left just a little bit intrigued and very much enlightened. A big thank you to our esteemed panelists for their truly insightful discussion and leaving us with lots to ponder. Please give them another thunderous round of applause for their incredible contribution.
So we would like to invite Professor Sarangi to present a memento to our guests as a gesture of our gratitude. First of all, I would like to invite Mr. Chinmay Shah. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Ajay Singh. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Ankit Saraf.
पीछे बैनर है
Now I would like to invite Mr. Satish Kadu. Now I would like to invite Mr. Dayashankar Verma.
Thank you, sir. I would like to request all the panelists and sir, if you could just join us again for a photograph.
लो इधर से ले तुम सामने से
Thank you once again to our guests from both the panels for sparing their valuable time over the weekend and coming all the way to Jamshedpur. coming all the way to Jamshedpur to share their wisdom and years of experience with XLRI PGDM GM batch of 2025. Now I would like to call upon Professor Sunil Sarangi to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Snehal. Thank you. Abraham Lincoln once famously said, "Don't measure a man by what he possesses. Rather, measure man what he is possessed by." And these words were ringing true in my ear and my heart when I was listening to this beautiful, fascinating conversation that we had, Akansha had with all of you. Staying here, why I'm saying what I'm saying is, all the talk of innovation, creativity, fostering sustainability, and most importantly culture, it cannot happen in isolation. It has to happen through and into the minds and hearts of people who are running the show. And Project Aristotle, which was launched by Google a few years ago, proved that absolutely mightily right. In fact, I take a lot of strength when I look at the findings of Project Aristotle, which Google launched. It was for a different purpose. They wanted to find the secret sauce of what a great team is. In fact, which is probably the basic building block of culture in an organization that Edgar Scheib would famously say. And they found exactly what probably the beautiful minds out there were delineating, and they found the following. They found the first and most important element is a compelling vision, which is very, very important, structure and clarity, which all of them were harping on. The second was absolutely, of course, no-brainer, because they found the second most important element being meaning, a purpose, which is very, very important. And the other element they found out, which probably far outweighs the rest, and this is very, very important, critically important, what they found psychological safety. And again, psychological safety through the ESOP that you talked about, through the culture that you talked about. They divided the psychological safety into 4 dimensions. First being the inclusion safety, second, learner safety, failing fast and failing quickly and celebrating failure so that it becomes wisdom. And the third element they found to be challenger safety. How do you really challenge the powers that be and yet you keep innovating? And the fourth element they found out to be learner, challenger, and I'm forgetting the fourth one, but the 4 foundations were all centering around psychological safety of challenging, being included, and of course finding meaning. So that being the case, I think all your wonderful conversations were ratifying what probably Project Aristotle has found, which probably I am a big fan of, because that took me back to a tiny important conversation with one of my former friends when I was dreaming, eating and sleeping as an entrepreneur evangelist to be an entrepreneur myself before I happened to become a teacher. He was an investor, a VC named Indus, and we were having breakfast together, and he immediately said, "Sunil, have you read 4 Steps to Epiphany by the brilliant Professor Steve Blanks, Stanford University?" And I was so curious to understand what he means by 4 Steps to Epiphany, because an entrepreneur cannot be born without having an epiphany. And of course, this is a business book. This is one of the staple business books for all entrepreneurs. But when I started reading, and I'm sharing with all my students here, that it is not about the business strategy that he talks about. He talks about how to find meaning. How to find meaning every day when you work to any workplace, including a startup company. How do I find meaning as a teacher when I walk into my classroom? And that's where he is busting the myth of what we call the work-life balance. What do you mean by work-life balance? As I was having this conversation with Sujay earlier, when I go to work, do I not really have my life? Am I walking to my work lifeless, leaving my body and soul behind, and I'm a dead body when I walk into office space? Then that's not what should be, right? So it has to be a continuum. And work and life has to exist side by side. Of course, my wife is my biggest critic. When I always tell to get that certificate from her that I do really hard work as a teacher. I'm an extremely hard worker. I drop dead, and she looks in my eyes with suspicion and says, "Do you think so? But you always play." I said, "What do you mean by I play? Now you always do. You study in the midnight because you love it. You've been doing it for the last 30 years. You speak, you write, you go to the class to do the same thing. You be on a panel to talk. And you go and do consulting work and you do that. But where do you work? And then I realized that yes, I found my first steps to epiphany, because I found how to work and simultaneously how to live life so that I don't have to talk about work-life balance because it is a work-life continuum. But what is more important here is, I listen to all of you, is we as Indians, I think we are, without sounding jingoistic, we are extremely lucky to be in this particular geography. Yes, we have a lot of problems. Yes, we have a lot of flaws. Yes, we have a lot of lacunae. But the strengths are numerous. And I would not make a statement ratifying any politician on my land, but this is definitely, when I look at my students, I really feel absolutely optimistic about their life, because this is the best time to be a graduating out of a mighty B school like XLRI, which happens to be probably the oldest, and to my mind probably the best in India, if I can say so. When I was creating the tagline Aspire Beyond, these were the emotions that I was getting filled with. And thanks for ratifying all the distinguished members of the community that we call the entrepreneurs world. And I cannot really thank you enough for the time that you've taken out. When I was looking at your names, as human beings, we love finding patterns, seeing pattern when it doesn't exist. That's the basic cognitive bias we call apophenia, and probably I'm down with apophenia. When I was looking at your name, what a beautiful name, that a kind of string of pearls starting with Satish, Ankit, then we have Dayashankar, then of course we have Ajay. So I think we couldn't have gotten a better string of pearls that we got through you, through your presence, and we are extremely grateful and look forward to seeing you here one more time with all of us celebrating this spirit of entrepreneurship, as we are actually trying to prove to the rest of the world that we are best, not because we are best because we have something in all of us, because we know what is work-life continuum. And thank you, and thanks a lot for ratifying my job, because I also would like to share with my students, because I'm one person who always loves to be identified as an entrepreneur, and thank God my leadership appointed me to really wear this legal title as a Chief Executive Officer that I so proudly wear. But only thing is that I could not really generate enough revenue to offer jobs to my students, which I definitely will be doing, because without taking a single pie, I've got already money from having worked, money from Rolls-Royce and NABARD. So probably in the future time, I may not be privileged to offering them any job, but I definitely look forward to offering jobs to my future students. But I'm sure they'll come back and work here to build a better ecosystem here. And of course, thank you, Dayashankar sir, for being here. We assure you, believe me, it's bad for the government of Jharkhand not to work with XLRI. It's bad for us not to work with you. So definitely we will be doing something together. Thank you. It's an emotional epiphany for me as well. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your presence. It made our day. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's always a pleasure listening to you. Before we close, a short announcement from our esteemed guest from the Jharkhand government. He has shared with us a few booklets on Jharkhand startup policy and IT data center and BPO investment policies for our perusal. In case you are interested in learning further about this, you can feel free to reach out to him through Professor Sarali.
Finally, on behalf of the Conclave team, we would like to thank all the panelists, guests, dignitaries, support staff, and most importantly, students. And on behalf of our students, we would like to thank the Conclave committee for organizing this wonderful event that has brought us a myriad of stories, insights, and perspectives. Thank you all. Signing off for today. This is Snehal.
And this is Yash. Thank you. Yes, thank you everyone for coming. We can head for lunch now. Thank you.